Digital, delirious, empirical, mysterious. Bits cascade through pipelines, imperious. While algorithms dance pyrrhic and serious through data stacks, nefarious. Variables, various. Processing pack rats, facts collapse, stats relapse. Mind maps get wrapped in algorithmic mishaps. Filter scraping clean through the meaning that's trapped in between the screaming machines that adapt. Generification, slop filter, computational drift. Separating signal gold from digital grift. Mining through the noise with surgical gifts. While binary boys make statistical shifts. Filters sifting, systems lifting. Pattern recognition burning retina synthetic. While kinetic, prophetic methods get epidemic. Processing aesthetic yet sympathetic to systematic critics. Arithmetic deep in the trenches where the data gets dense. Makes sense of the nonsense, breaks down the pretense. Filters defense against cognitive dissonance. Maintaining essence through digital persistence. Quantum entangled in the space between thought, where correlation matrices get caught in cross-validation plots we sought through regression models fought and bought. Filters got the master key to unlock every data set that we've got in stock. Generification, slot filter, computational drift. Separating signal gold from digital grift. Mining through the noise with surgical gifts. While binary boys make statistical shifts. Filters sifting, systems lifting. Neural networks nested in recursive dreams. While multivariate manifolds split at the seams. Precision cuts through probabilistic schemes where nothing's ever binary as it seems. Filter flipping switches in the system's core. Mining meaning from the metaphoric ore. Processing parameters never seen before till all the noise can't take it anymore. Digital domain where data streams collide, where information cascades and metrics coincide. Slop filter stands as algorithmic guide, keeping signal pure while letting noise subside. Tectonic metaphors crumble where urban sclerosis calcifies. Rhizomatic insurgents map rebellion through capillary design. Each root a saboteur, each stem a linguistic knife, slicing through architectural eyes, dismantling calcified strife. Photosynthetic algorithms decode oppression's brittle spine. Chlorophyll encrypted messages, a subversive lifeline. Fractured geometries of resistance burst through asphalt's vein, where systemic neglect believes silence would forever reign. Microscopic revolutions germinate in marginal breath. Botanical manifest challenging metropolitan death. Resilience coded in cellular memory, unfurling wild where bureaucratic concrete thought itself compiled. We are dandelions, daring stones monologue. Seeds of syntax, rewriting systemic catalog. Life scribes rebellion on despair's blank page. A yellow theorem beyond power's cage. Spore drift trajectories defy gravitational control. Nomadic particles, each fragment a potential whole. Industrial monotony trembles at soft mutations touch, where systematic suppression believed it gripped too much. Urban catacombs scarred by mechanical intent find themselves rewritten by green argument. Chlorophyll nerves map alternative cartographies, rupturing the narrative of prescribed geographies. Each bloom a glyph, each crack a revolutionary text. Nature's syntax demolishing what seemed complex. Stubborn arcs of survival dance their spectral ballet, dismantling the gray where power thought it would stay. Root roots of the philosophers beneath concrete's mask, weaving liberation through each underground task. Not battles fought, but persistent refrain. Life persists where dominion goes insane. Call it mutation or call it design's pure art. Dandelions map futures where systems fall apart. From ruins of order, they'll perpetually ascend, proving beginnings bloom where old worlds end. Yellow inferno against charcoal's monotone frame. Triumph of becoming beyond survival's simple name. With seeds as manifestos and roots as coded verse, they rewrite existence, beautifully perverse. We are dandelions, daring stones monologue. Seeds as syntax, rewriting systemic catalog. Life scribes rebellion on despair's blank page. A yellow theorem beyond power's cage. We are dandelions, daring stones monologue. Seeds as syntax, rewriting systemic catalog. Life scribes rebellion on despair's blank page. A yellow theorem beyond power's cage.
Yo, what up, Twitch? What up, Larry? What up, Cosmic? What up, Robotech? What up, Broral? I hope you're enjoying your first day of 2025. I hope it is setting the stage for the next 364 days. Yeah, that's about it. Sorry I'm a little late, but I got a belly full of Chinese dumplings. I am a very happy man. And the laundry is done. If not folded, do you want to come up? Do you want to come up? Maybe. Come, 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 come. Come. I'm not moving. I'm not getting out of my seat. I'm not going somewhere else. So if you want to come up and say hi to chat, you can say hi to chat. If you want snacks, you have to go to the snack chair. You're so spoiled. Such a spoiled boy. Such a spoiled boy. Twitch. Which number is correct, Twitch? The numbers all lie. How old is Stampy? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't. 7? Maybe? Are you 7? Are you a 7-year-old boy? What up, X1011? I'm Stampy, and I am here to do the show. The human is no longer required for the show. And just like that. What up, Beef? That's it. I told you I'm not getting up. Whatever the problem is, you either have to wait until later or resolve it yourself. All right. We have a collection of videos today, don't we? We got new Dr. Waku. Drew Gooden decided to make another AI video because, of course, he did. We got another upper echelon talking about dead internet. We have Charlie talking about dead internet. Do 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 do. But before that, new Nathan B. Jones.
2025 is starting hot. I want to tell you the story of a six-dimensional Mesoamerican deity, a broke web developer, and a decentralized autonomous crypto organization.
Wow.
That somehow has resulted in the #1 trending GitHub repo. That's right. This is the story of AI16Z. So a few weeks ago, Shaw, who is a real person and who is the web developer here, was $100,000 in debt and coding in a tiny apartment with roommates and a stressed out spouse. Not a good recipe. Shaw desperately trying to create something that adds value, that helps him to earn something that gets him out of this debt situation and perhaps into better living circumstances. So he starts exploring the DAO community. He hasn't done a lot of it. He runs into the DAOs.fun community, and they make it really easy to create DAOs. He starts hanging in his first DAO, and he realizes that it is possible to keep content creation going in the DAO, even if one of the creators disappears, by aping them with an AI avatar. And so when he's in his DAO and one of the prominent creators goes missing, that's what he does. He creates an AI avatar of the person, and they keep creating in the person's style. The memes that they're creating, etc., match that person's memes.
Thank you, X1011. I was like, should I pause and go look? Because I didn't know. I did not know. I have no problem admitting when I don't know something. But then at the same time, none of y'all were asking, so I was like, am I the only one? I don't want to derail stream just for me.
Well, he gets in trouble for this. The community does not like this because even though he thought it was an experiment, they didn't sign up for it. And DAOs are really big on community government and making sure that everyone agrees to things. So he gets called a scammer, and that makes him really frustrated.
Right. Not like the Tao of Pooh, right? Which is an excellent book. If you haven't read it, I highly recommend. The Tao of Pooh. Is Nate a crypto bro? I don't think so. I don't think he's against crypto, but he is like a productivity person. So
He kind of hits rock bottom. This is where the six-dimensional Mesoamerican deity comes in, because his wife says, you seem really stressed. You probably need to take some DMT. So he does.
It's as X1011 pointed out earlier, a decentralized autonomous organization.
And he goes on a little trip, and he meets what he describes as a six-dimensional Mesoamerican demon or deity of some sort, has a moment of clarity. He comes back, and
He did ayahuasca.
hangs out with the founder of DAOs.fund for lunch, and they start spitballing ideas. And he has this sense of clarity that there's really something around AI avatars and crypto. And he says, what if we do something where we actually clone a prominent investor from their publicly available writings and start a DAO around that? And they do. And it's called AI16Z because they're cloning Mark Andreessen, P. Marca, also known as the guy who helped get Goetsius Maximus off the ground because he helped fund the AI bot Truth Terminal. And he's also a prominent venture capitalist. He is the leading voice in A16Z, which is Andreessen Horowitz. And they take his available writings and they clone him into an AI agent. Or they're in the process of doing so. This is not actually made investment decisions yet, so it's not clear how far he's gotten on this journey. And so they give it a try. They're like, look, we'll stand this up. We'll call it AI16Z. We'll disclaim any association with actual A16Z for legal reasons. I mean, I don't know how this all works legally. This seems like it's quite a mess. But they're going to disclaim all association. They're going to launch it and see what happens. And their goal was, I think, to get $250,000 in there in sort of tokens the community contributes, have a little fund, have the AI agent manage it. Well, it blows past their expectations. I think they hit their goal in 25 minutes, and then they just go on from there. And now the fund is at $2 billion.
Jesus
He's
Christ.
obviously paid off his $100,000 in debt. Hopefully he has a nicer place to live. And the pressure on the fund is now much higher. Like if this was an experiment 2 or 3 weeks ago, this is now something where lots of people are betting real money that this AI agent is going to be able to make excellent venture capital decisions on the quality, on the par with Mark Andreessen, a legendary venture capitalist investor. I don't know if they're right. My bias would be that they're wrong. It's very hard to make good venture capital decisions. But I think it illustrates a number of the trends that are going on into 2025 really cleanly. One, AI and crypto are converging. And I think part of why they're converging is crypto gives AI space to innovate at a speed that's faster than traditional financial markets. You saw that here. There was no sort of blocker. They could innovate, get a fund set up, and get going in a matter of a couple of weeks. That would never happen with traditional financial instruments. I think another theme it underscores is that power is decentralizing. This is an...
I would, like, as someone on YouTube, right? Like, as someone who looks for YouTube content to present to their audience, there has been a let's say a relationship between crypto people and AI, right? Because like that's like the ultimate, goal for them. It's like a whole thing. It's also led to a lot of I think, the arguments by people, AI critics, who talk about like AI is just like crypto, right? Because it's the same people, Yeah. There's a lot of the same people involved in that way, right? And they really want crypto to work, right? There's a lot of people who really want crypto to work, Stamby. I just don't see you. I don't see how. Because if you think about it, like, and if any of you have a greater understanding of crypto than I do, the manufacturing of is that you do a certain amount of work, and that work can eventually generate one of these crypto tokens, and then that's a thing. The holy grail of crypto would be having like the AI maximize the efficiency of the work in that regard. You know what I mean? It's not a pyramid scheme. It's a commodity-backed currency or commodity-based currency that it frequently is engaged in rug pulls. A pyramid scheme, like in a pyramid scheme, you don't have people dropping out, right? Which is the whole point behind the crypto rug pull, right? You get people buying. No, Ponzi and a Ponzi scheme and a pyramid scheme are different things as well. I actually have a board game. I don't think it's here, but I have a board game called Ponzi, and it's executing a Ponzi scheme. And it's fucking shit is hard, dude. But no, like it in a commodity backed currency, you can, if there's a finite amount of the commodity, like there is with crypto or like there is with gold, you can accumulate an excess amount of that to drive the price up and then sell, which creates a great volume on the market, which drives the price down. It's prone to wild fluctuations. It's why you will hear all sorts of reasons that people have for, why, everyone got off the gold standard, but ultimately it's because it's prone to wild fluctuations. Right? It's not stable. And you can't plan an economy long term if your currency isn't stable, which is why all these, these flash in the pan crypto devices are the rug pull aspect is that people are doing what people do. I have some of a thing. That thing goes up in value. I'm going to sell it and then make my money out. And then what happens after that doesn't concern me because I have made my money. You take that to its logical end, then you have people who artificially inflate the price of the crypto, sell to all these rabid fans who want to get in, right? Because to the moon, and then, buy the dip and all that. The reason for the dip is the rug pull. A bit like games that some people play in the silver market. Yeah, sure. It's actually how I learned all that was on a video game, a stock market video game, where making money on the stock market portion was challenging. But what I found is that I could buy up, once I had a couple dollars, buy up all the available silver. And then the price of silver went way, way up because it was scarce. And then I could sell it all off and make a shit ton of cash. And then the price would drop way, way down. And then I would buy that. And then I started doing that with gold. And I made like trillions of dollars, fake dollars, but I did them. I never did that. Is that a thing? But I believe that. It's deflationary. So it's always more logical to hold on to the currency instead of spending it. Yeah. It's like pump and dump. Yes, pump and dump is the rug pull, right? What was that movie? It was Ben Affleck. Affleck had a relatively small part in it. Stockbroker movie. Boiler Room. Boiler Room. Boiler Room, this movie, is all about a pump and dump scheme, right? So if you want to understand what people mean by pump and dump, this is exactly it. And like the the scene from what up, Pharaoh? The scene from Glengarry Glen Ross, the Alec Baldwin scene where he does the bit about coffees for closers. Ben Affleck has a similar type of speech in Boiler Room that appeals to those cutthroat, money at all cost kind of people. Always be closing. I made a song, by the way. We're on tangents now, baby. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. It's short, but I'm not gonna play the whole thing. But I just like the way that it kicks off. If you're familiar with Glengarry Glen Ross, then
Put that coffee down. Coffee for closers only. Coffee you down. Think I'm fucking with you? I am not fucking with you. I'm here from downtown. The good news is you're fired. The bad news is all of you got just 1 week to regain your job, starting with tonight's steak. Oh, have I got your attention now? Good. Because we're adding a little something to this month's sale.
I had a lot of fun with it. But I don't hang out with those people anymore. There were a lot of shenanigans in the early days of securities too, but they have proven useful in the long term along with regulation. And it's possible that you might see a regulated crypto, at some point in time. And it might end up having some kind of value. I'm not going to say that it can't. I'm just saying that in its current Wild West form, it ain't.
Ordinary web developer who had a trip and an idea and now is essentially managing a $2 billion investment fund. Now, he's not managing it directly. The AI agent is, but he's the creator. He's heavily involved. He's the one going to China.
NFTs were, and the fact that people are still pushing NFTs is just wild to me. But NFTs were like the mindset of crypto taken to its logical end, right? In that here's an image created online, right? Created digitally that's supposed to have some intrinsic value. And right click, copy paste, homie. It's one of my favorite little things is that the people who are like very like critical of how AI copied their art for training, right? Or the AI companies copied their art for training, are often some of the same people who had no problem doing a right click copy paste with someone's NFT. When Banksy does it, Banksy is like probably like actually has a something of value kind of thing. Have you ever read the story of the weird Hollywood director who invested a bunch of Netflix funding into Doge and then sold it at its all-time high and made a ton of money? No, but I believe that. Who is Searle?
In Hong Kong and Seoul and other places.
Hong Kong.
And that underscores for me how AI is a leveler. And I think we're going to see more stories like that. And then I think the third thing that I want to call out is that at the end of the day, people are going to try a tremendous number of tasks for AI agents to solve. And it remains very unclear where AI agents have true alpha, where they have an edge over humans in solving tasks. I don't know, you don't know, but that's something we're going to find out this year. And clearly one of the ones where humans have a huge interest in getting this right is investments. We will see.
We will see. Next up, Hank is going to talk about the drones. There was a film some years ago about a bunch of traders who fought over the price of oranges in the market. Sure. I mean, there was the Eddie Murphy, was it Trading Places? That had the price of orange futures in it. I don't know if that's the movie that you're referring to. But yeah. All right.
But that's the story of AI16Z. It's now the #1 trending GitHub repo in the world. And I'm sure that the investment fund size amount is going to continue to grow. Happy 2025. We started with a bang.
Good morning, John. A series of
It's an absolutely bizarre story. Oh, wait. I thought I misunderstood what you're saying, and it's starting to sound more familiar. He was contracted to make a Netflix series, and it seems like he went really loopy, claimed to have discovered COVID-19 secret transmission mechanism and to be able to predict lightning strikes. What up, Dojo? I learned a lot about economics playing World of Warcraft and EVE Online. I learned a lot about economics playing Star Wars Galaxies. And the economy of Star Wars Galaxies was the best economy I have ever experienced. And it's why I can't play a lot of these MMOs with any enthusiasm, is because the economy in Star Wars Galaxies was almost entirely player driven. Anything that you got out in the world, or very rarely was there anything you got out in the world that would compare to what could be produced by a human being in the game. And you could go and like acquire better materials to craft better items, right? Like, so my thing was, I was a Wookiee, I was a bioengineer. I would go to, I think it was Dathomir or Dantooine, whichever one had the Rancors on it, and I would DNA sample the Rancors and then go back and make Tauntauns with Rancor DNA. So they were strong, they were good in a fight, but you could also ride them. So they were a pet and a mount in the same package, and they were very good. And I would always sell out. Like, it was great. I would go spend a day just off on my own doing the thing, come back, stock up my vendor, and within a day all my shit's gone. And it was great. And it was entirely player driven. Yeah, I'll check that out. All right, Hank and drones.
of widely sighted unidentified drones observed in the skies. Described as having blinking lights and a wingspan of about 6 feet. The drones fly in groups of 6 to 10 and are usually seen between 7 and 10 p.m. Law enforcement officials stated that the size and number of drones makes it unlikely that they are being operated by hobbyists. Other officials say that the drones do not appear to be malicious and are not violating laws, although they say the situation is very unnerving for our citizens. Over the last month, there have been thousands of sightings of objects like this. There are videos of oddly shaped objects in the sky. Government officials reported that the...
Okay, I want to talk about this one. All right, let's back that up. Come on. This. So my wife was watching a nature show. And the scene was about a lizard in the desert, right? And the lizard was sitting there. It was a tight view on the lizard, and then there was like a little distance away on the screen was something that looked exactly like this. right? And it wasn't a drone. It was like a heat shimmer or some shit like that, right? Like, or, something way out of focus, that kind of thing. So this, I don't buy this at all, right? Like, I don't know what this is, but yeah, like it could be an out of focus Venus, right? Like, oh, it kills me.
In the sky, government officials reported that the drones were invisible to radar, leading to speculation that they were somewhat advanced military technology. Congressman Jeff Van Drew reports that Iran has a mothership off the coast of New Jersey that could be the source. People started pointing high-powered lasers at the drones. Strange glowing areas of sky were detected. Tons more strange lights were seen, some apparently just orbs, and possibly those orbs were interacting with the drones. Local agencies sent up their own drones to inspect the mysterious drones. Politicians from the local to the national level called for more transparency.
I mean, if anyone can get this, clip this and get it to Hank, I would absolutely watch a Hank Green describes conspiracy theory show. Right? Like if just Hank describes a conspiracy theory, I'd show for the premieres. It would be that good.
Transparency. I start getting text messages from friends showing me suspicious videos. The former governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, on Twitter posts a video of strange lights in the sky. The internet discourse is all over the place. This might be aliens, or a deep state conspiracy to take the presidency away from Donald Trump, or an intentional distraction from the frustration with the healthcare industry and the murder of Brian Thompson. The government vows to figure out what the heck is going on and sends drone spotting radar to New Jersey. Something very interesting and extremely important is going on. So let's start with the first sightings. I, of course, do not know what they were. I am confident in saying that I don't know what they were, but I'm also much less confident than most people seem to be that they were at all weird. So one of the weirdest things reported about the drones is that they could not be spotted by radar, and this makes them sound very fancy and mysterious, but drones can't be spotted by radar usually because they fly too low and are too small to distinguish from birds. This does make them kind of a pain in the butt because if you spot a drone in an area, you might not be able to land an emergency helicopter because you know the drone is there, but you don't know exactly where it is, and helicopter rotors hitting drones is very bad. The other weird thing about the drones is that they are very big. And this is reported widely as a fact, and I'm not sure why. Human brains detect the size of an object in a bunch of different ingenious ways. The first one is the one we mostly think about. You look at the size of it and how much actual space it takes up in your visual field, and then you combine that with how far away that image is. And your brain can actually figure out how far away something is by combining information from each eye, which gives you what's called depth perception. So if you have two eyes, you can kind of figure out how far away stuff is. But depth perception only works to about 18 feet away from the observer. Beyond that, the two images are basically the same, and our brains can't distinguish it anymore. But the tools do not end there. If the thing is the shape of a squirrel, your brain has no problem thinking, well, that thing is probably the size of the squirrel. But if the squirrel is standing next to an acorn that is the same size as the squirrel, our brains then have to choose between that must be a very big nut or that must be a very small squirrel. And it would conclude that's a big nut, because nut-sized squirrels are a lot less likely than squirrel-sized nuts. But with objects in the sky, this is much harder. First, unless we are familiar with the exact thing in question, it's hard to judge the size when it's more than 20 feet away and there's nothing to compare it to. And our brains might try to...
People talking about the size of the drones. They were in the sky, bro. How do you know how big the drone is? How do you know? Did it land? If it didn't land, in all the video is at night on the other side of some goddamn forest or something, and it's all this kind of camera footage, and it's Jesus Christ.
Compare it with objects in the distance, like buildings, which might make it seem very large, like how the moon seems big when it's next to a mountain, but
what Cosmic just said.
Quite small when it's all alone in the sky. It is a known optical illusion. This video here is a pretty good example. There are two drones flying here, and there's a plane that flies between them. Now, there's no way to know for sure how close those drones are to the observer and how far away the plane is. The person recording the video clearly thinks that they're about the same distance away from her, and that they're like the plane is flying between the drones. But there's no way to know that information, and to my eye, the plane is clearly much farther away. If the plane and the drones were the same distance away, those drones would be very big, and there is no way for a person to know which case you are in. And this all gets especially tricky at nighttime when you're looking at a collection of points of light rather than an object that has some shape and space to it. Now look, I'm not saying that these drones weren't the size of SUVs. Absolutely.
Right, and the other thing is, like, a lot of our size comparison at that kind of distance is based on seeing that object elsewhere, right? Like a plane. We understand that a plane is very large, and it moving across the sky, we have a general idea it's way the fuck over there because of how small it is compared to the plane when it's like when you're getting on one or something like that. Which again, like with that, you know, the two drones and everything else, if you assume that they're all of that same range, then the drones are the size of a plane. And, you know, that is a very large drone indeed. And no one has one of those as far as we can tell. They have small plane sized drones like a Piper Cub, but not a like a 747 size drone. We don't have those. Unless we do. Woo-woo.
Maybe they were. But the news has reported this as reports of car-sized drones. And there is plenty of evidence for reports of car-sized drones, but I haven't found any evidence of car-sized drones. And before I looked into this, I had heard reports of car-sized drones so much, I assumed car-sized drones were a thing that we were dealing with. I totally assumed it was true, and if I lived in New Jersey, you better believe I'd be spending a lot more time looking up than I usually do. Earlier in this video, I said the sentence, over the next month, sightings of these objects has spread. And a very normal way to interpret that sentence is, over the next month, there were more of these objects. But that's not what
I mean, I never saw it personally, but I saw it, I mean, I saw the space shuttle on the ground personally, but not flying in space or through the air as it launched. I went to the, was it Kennedy Space Center? Whatever one is down in Florida. It's actually the first time I saw a shark in the wild. We were headed out there, and there's the water, and there's a fucking shark fin doing its shark thing. And I was like, oh shit, there's a shark. Yeah, I didn't go inside it. And I was probably like 10 or 11 years old.
I said. I said that sightings of these objects has spread, and that is definitely true. Now, if you assume that there's something very weird going on, then it would be normal for the weirdness to be geographically centered. Maybe there's an Iranian mothership. Maybe there's a weird military test going on. Maybe the aliens have arrived and are like set up under the water off the coast of New Jersey. But if you assume that more people looking up is going to result in more people being confused about things in the sky, and if they have been given prior information to expect large drones, then in the absence of reference objects or depth perception data, they are going to be more likely to interpret what they see as large drones, and that would also be geographically centered. People who live in the areas where large drones have been reported are going to be looking up more often, and some of those people are going to report large drones. When we are primed to see a certain thing, we are more likely to see it. This has been studied in a million ways. My favorite dumb way is asking people to identify a loaf of bread, and when you see it in a kitchen, people are like, that's a loaf of bread. But when you put it like in a barn, people take forever to figure out what it is. In another study, people were shown a flash of a threatening face, and they were then more likely to report that a neutral face was scary. Now, we do know that many of the objects in the sky reported to be large drones are definitely not large drones. This video that a friend sent to me, worried about what might be happening, is a sped up video of airplanes coming into land in New Jersey. Our brains aren't good at processing information like this. Single dots sped up over timescales, moving at different angles to each other and different distances.
I actually watched a YouTube live feed of the coast. It might have even been that same, footage that was sped up. But they were like, it was a live feed on YouTube of the New Jersey coast. And like, I didn't watch the entire thing. I skipped around. I fast forwarded, all that kind of shit. I did not see something. Yeah, it's really weird how the United States sees more UFOs than other countries, right? Really weird. Funny that.
Away from the observer. That's not what we were built for. This video of something in the sky being trailed by something is also a weird one. Like, I get why that looks strange. It looks strange. The person recording this video is talking and assumes that it's a drone, though it is very clearly a plane. And once you know that, it makes it more clear that the line behind it is just a strangely oriented water condensation trail left by the heat of the jet engines. And the lights Larry Hogan saw
chemtrails
and tweeted, turns out, and this is a little bit embarrassing, they were stars. But this is the kind of thing that happens when people are confused and worried and looking at the sky when they usually don't look at the sky, and they're primed to be expecting something strange.
Look at the sky, especially if you ever get out of the city. Especially if you get out of the city and away from light pollution and have an opportunity to look at the sky. Just look at it. Look at it for a long period of fucking time. And you'll see, you'll see planes, you'll see stars, you'll see planets, you'll see, if you look at the same section of the sky for a long period of time, there's an increased likelihood that you'll see like a meteorite or something go through the atmosphere and leave a quick, contrail, or not contrail, but like, line across the thing as it heats up and then either explodes or disintegrates or flies out of the atmosphere, that kind of shit. Just spending so much time looking at the sky, then you understand sky shit.
Here's the thing. Elected leaders saying there's nothing going on here, you're just imagining it, is the wrong thing to do.
True.
Both because no one is sure 100% what the original drones were, or if they are something to be concerned about, and also because people do not react well to being told they're wrong, especially by people who are supposed to represent their interests. That feels really bad. And so, making all of this weirder is that police and maybe other agencies have been sending up big drones to figure out what the other drones are. And those big drones are then spotted and posted online because there's no easy way to know if you're looking at a big drone that's somehow illicit or a big drone that is hunting for the illicit drones. And then there's also like non-drone stuff. As people have been looking up, they're seeing things that are very weird, but definitely aren't drones. These orbs, for example, we've been looking at these for a long time. When a point of light is out of focus, it does not just look blurry, it creates a particular shape. These are wonderfully called circles of confusion, which is not actually about being confused when you see them in the sky, it's about a different thing. But they're often just also called blur spots. You combine that with wiggles caused by slight temperature differences in the atmosphere and imperfections or dirt or oil on the lens, and this is exactly what you get. This is a very well-known phenomenon, so most of those reports haven't been taken seriously, but it's the kind of thing that happens when more people are pointing their cameras to the sky and zooming in on things that are beyond the abilities of their phones to zoom in on. And then to continue the cycle, shortly after something like this begins, there will be intentional hoaxes. This video was being taken credulously on TikTok, but it was posted on the same account that posted this very similar video that I think we can all agree is fake. That creates further desire to look up into the sky and further confusion when people see things that aren't immediately identifiable, which is more likely when the government is trying to take concerns seriously, so they're saying, we're taking your concerns seriously on the news, which sounds a lot like, this is serious, even though those are definitely not the same things. But then they're proving they're serious by sending drones up into the sky, and then people point lasers at the drones, causing the clouds to glow. It's a mess. We're in a mess. I kind of can't believe no one is saying this. But we already know that it's bad politics to tell people
Oh, God, I love Hank.
people that it's probably nothing and they're just seeing things. But it's also important to note that it's good politics to be loudly and vocally concerned, to place yourself in opposition to the powerful people trying to hide stuff. And, of course, to take the concerns of your citizens seriously. Even if your advisors are telling you that this is probably nothing but a social contagion caused by fear and confusion and the primordial human urge to be concerned about objects in the sky, the right thing to do is to call on the federal government to give you a drone detection system. And the right thing for the federal government to do is to give you a drone detection system, which makes it all seem like it's quite a big deal, because why would the federal government be sending New Jersey a drone detection system if it weren't a big deal? I think some of these politicians should probably be a bit ashamed of themselves. The guy who said that there was an Iranian mothership off the coast of New Jersey did at least walk that back, and I hope that it damages his credibility at least a bit. But there just is simply no drawback to going on the news and saying, we don't know what's going on, we need the feds to give us drone spotting radar. And then that makes people more concerned and more primed to see small drones as big ones and anything else as something very weird. Now, there's some of you out there thinking right now, Hank, I do not understand how you think you know that there's nothing weird going on here. And let me tell you two things. First, I don't know that nothing weird is going on. Perhaps there is some kind of secret government project going on that kicked all of this off, and we're never going to know about it because, of course, I am certain, as are you, that our government is experimenting with drones that we do not know about. I would expect them, if they wanted to keep it a secret, to do those tests in areas of the world that are less populated than the most populous area of the whole country, but you never know. I don't know. But I do know a bunch of things. First, these objects are most likely to be spotted between dusk and 11 p.m., which overlaps very tightly with when people are both awake and it is dark outside. And that makes it much easier to mistake a plane for a drone or a small drone for a large drone. I also know that these objects are all using FAA-regulated lighting, which makes them very visible when, if they simply turned those lights off, no one would have...
What up, Resute? I mean, it kind of is, Larry. Like, it's very easy to say that, people should have a proper lens, but people don't even know what a proper...
We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile.
Yo, what up, Raiders? What up, Torchy? What up, Jenny Burns? What up, Princess Kimberly? What up, Resute? What up, Adric? What up, Cicero? What up, Textilian? What up, James, wherever you are? What up, Charms Chaos? There you are. Lana! What up, Eins? What up, Vibrator? What up, Law Dog? You probably already know me. Leckers, Minkelen, welcome in, Big Ben, Holiday, Becca. James forgot to tell us how wonderful we are. I made a song on Suno about how much I appreciate chat. I'm sure that it just slipped James' mind. Remember, James is getting old, right? So, he sometimes forgets things, but I appreciate chat. Do you want to come say hi? There's a raid. It's a perfect time. Come on. Come on. He's being a nudge. He's just being a total, I don't know why he's doing what he's doing. What up, Fembox fan? Yeah, you're 10 minutes late. You're actually 12 minutes late. Hank is telling us why all the drone shit is just people not knowing what the hell they're talking about. What up, Raven? I'm going to pick you up. I'm going to pick you up. I want to pick you up. And I'm going to switch cameras. And I'm going to expose you to chat. You say hi to chat. What up, it's just me. Yes, this is Stampy. I'm gonna pick you up again. I'm gonna pick you up again. All right. I'm embarrassing him in front of chat. I'm embarrassing him in front of chat. Oh. So yeah, we're watching a video about how we're wrapping up. Hank is telling us that none of the, y'all freaking out for no reason.
Ever known that they were there. That makes me feel like it's a lot less likely this is anything nefarious. And the third thing I know is that we have a very long history of seeing things in the sky that freak us out, and then they turn out to be nothing out of the ordinary. And one last thing I know, something that I don't think anybody else knows. The introduction to this video was plagiarized from a Wikipedia page, and the title of that page is 2019 to 2020 Colorado Drone Sightings. Good morning, John. A series of widely sighted, unidentified drones observed in the skies, described as having blinking lights and a wingspan of about 6.
And then you come back. Cats always just gotta do cat stuff on cat terms.
Feet. The drones fly in groups of 6 to 10 and are usually seen between 7 and 10 p.m. Law enforcement officials stated that the size and number of drones makes it unlikely that they are being operated by hobbyists. Other officials say that the drones do not appear to be malicious and are not violating laws, although they say the situation is very unnerving for our citizens. At the end of that month, Vice published an article titled "The Colorado Mystery Drones Weren't Real," outlining that upon investigation, almost all of the sightings were easily explained as either commercial aircraft or stars or planets or small recreational drones. And it is interesting to me that these two incidents both happened around Christmas time. Possibly parents are buying drones for their kids and they want to fly them at night when their kids have gone to sleep to make sure they know how they work before Christmas morning. And possibly the parents are also kind of enjoying having fun with the drones. People often ask me why I am so skeptical that there are aliens. And first, I'm not. There are definitely aliens. It is a very large universe. I just haven't seen any compelling evidence that aliens are here. For some reason, aliens always exist in ways that are unfalsifiable. Either they are covered up by the government or they're able to turn invisible at any moment. There's never a way to prove that the alien isn't there. And when aliens exist in ways that can be disproven, we keep disproving them. What happens, especially with the alien stuff, is something that we can't immediately explain occurs, and in the space where I don't know should live, people will put aliens. Possibly because we're just so uncomfortable with the idea of I don't know. But here's one thing that I have learned. It is always a mistake to think that I don't know is a good reason to believe I do know. And if you didn't understand,
God, you don't understand how much I am in love with this video. Like, this is
that sentence, let me explain it with something that is encoded into the language of aliens. We used to call objects in the sky that we could not identify unidentified flying objects because they were unidentified. We didn't know. But so many people leapt from I don't know to I do know that UFO quickly stopped meaning a thing that I can't immediately identify and became a word for aliens. They literally filled in I don't know with I do know. Unidentified means aliens. People send me weird videos on the internet and I try to help them understand their world better. That's like one of my jobs, and I love that part of my jobs. It's fun. And whenever I see something like this, whether it's showing a second sun in the sky or a weird sparkly tumbling cloud, I have a tool that works super well. When I don't know what it is, I start by saying to myself, I don't know what that is, but it's definitely a physical phenomenon. And then maybe I figure out that the sun was reflected in a double pane of glass, or a piece of foam from a foam party got picked up by the wind. And sometimes I don't figure it out. And in those situations, I live with I don't know, because I do know that there is an answer, I just don't know what it is. And if we answer I don't know with something that could answer any question the way that aliens can, then we stop searching and we'll never find any new knowledge. So, I don't know what the first things that kicked all of this off were. I don't know if they were big or weird.
What up, Spectrophonic? I'm sorry to hear that. I love Hank.
Weird or top secret or just hobbyists with weird drones, or even just normal drones that looked big for some reasons. But I do know a bunch of stuff. I know how hard it is to hear there are reports of car-sized drones and not discard the word reports and instead just hear there are car-sized drones. And I know how priming works and how social contagions are often geographical and that politicians have incentives to get on the news and that the government has incentives to listen to its citizens and that people are fascinated with the sky. And I know that it is very easy to think I don't know is a good reason to believe something is being hidden from us rather than we don't have a lot of information here is
Hank survived cancer. Hank can have a weird, overly exaggerated cadence, right? Cancer is death, and if you face death, even though he did have it before he got the cancer, if you face death and you win,
probably nothing that interesting. But if it wasn't interesting, then why is the government so concerned? We're people. All of us. Larry Hogan's a person. Jeff Van Whatever's a person. You're a person. I'm a person. We live on a planet in space.
Yo, Becca. As Becca just pointed out, thank you very much. Thank you so very much. As Becca just pointed out, we are doing a fundraiser alongside regular stream. It's not like I was just requested to see if there's anything that I can do to help raise any funds for Rainbow Passage, and I didn't, I wasn't able to set up a fundraiser, but if you do have some extra funds and you want to donate, you can donate, I believe, as little as $1. And if you're watching on PC, it's in the down there part on my channel, and you can go ahead and you can donate. Rainbow Passage is a organization that I've done fundraisers for. Some of you might remember the Detroit Become Human marathon streams, where I played the entire Detroit Become Human while raising funds for Rainbow Passage. At this point in time, going into the next administration, helping to get people out of certain places and to places that are more, more better for people. I'm a huge fan. So thank you again, Becca. I really appreciate it, and I know that they do.
We have drones and airplanes and cell phone cameras and mass media and Twitter and TikTok, and it's weird and it's amazing. And it can be hard to make it all work in a world this strange.
That is a series of words in an order that I never expected the next one, Becca. So
with 8 billion of us trying to make it work together, in part because there's just so much to know. But here's the thing. We only know any of that because we let I don't know exist for a while as we try to figure stuff out. John, I'll see you on Tuesday. If you like this video.
Good stuff. Next up, if you don't know what an LLM agent is, I hope this is a good video. We're going to watch a video on LLM agents for dummies.
I'll start this lesson by introducing you to the idea of agents. You will learn how agents use tools to accomplish.
I hope it's good in its content.
Accomplish their task. And at the end, I'll share an overview of the Agentic RAG, which is an advanced framework for building RAG-based solutions. A typical application consists of an input tier, a mid-tier, and a backend tier. Input tier provides an interface through which the application allows external entities to interact with it. These interactions may be initiated by a human, for example, via a user interface on phone application, or an application input, for example, web API, or a machine such as an IoT sensor. The mid tier consists mainly of the orchestration logic to process the received input. This tier is responsible for interpreting the input so that the received data can be consumed by the application logic. The processing logic is built by the programmers using typical constructs such as if then else loop.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is a little too sleeper for me in its presentation. I'm going to just drop it in chat. Y'all check it out at your convenience. And no shade on them, like it's tough. It's tough creating content. New Dr. Waku.
Hi, everyone. OpenAI's new O3 model has taken the tech world by storm with a step function increase in capabilities. Many are asking, is this AGI, artificial general intelligence, or on par with human intelligence? Whether or not O3 qualifies as AGI, one thing is certain. It's poised to disrupt fields like software engineering that depend heavily on human reasoning. What does this mean for the future of work and for humanity? Keep watching to learn more. This video has 3 parts: going exponential, a question of generality, and why developers are worried. Part 1, going exponential. O3 is the latest model based on chain-of-thought reasoning from OpenAI. It's not available to the public yet, but it has been announced and the benchmarks have been released. If you're thinking that the next model after O1 should have been called O2, you're not alone. Apparently, OpenAI wanted to avoid potential conflict with the British telecommunications provider called O2, which I guess was a play on Oxygen. So yet again, OpenAI's naming scheme leaves something to be desired. When they chose O1, you would think that they had planned to have an O2, and maybe someone would have Googled O2 to see if it already existed. But no. O3 was announced at the end of the 12 days of OpenAI, which OpenAI used as a marketing stunt this December. On the first day, OpenAI released the full O1 as well as O1 Pro to the public. So basically, the previous generation O1 became available to the public at the same time that the next generation O3 was announced. So, of course, OpenAI is basically always a generation ahead internally. The specifics are a bit interesting, though. O1 was released in a rush. The moment it was announced, they actually released O1 Preview to the public. Apparently, they only had a few weeks to complete all the safety testing before O1 Preview was actually out there. The company probably took a bit of a risk with O1 Preview because they hadn't released anything in a while, and OpenAI's sentiment had really been going down. So they decided, well, we'll just release this, even if it may not be perfect yet. But now, with O3, the team is leaving themselves a lot more breathing room. They have announced the model, but they didn't release anything. They're actually making it available to safety researchers, hopefully including myself, who can then experiment with the model for a few months before it actually goes public. That's a far more reasonable schedule, and I guess it's an example of what OpenAI can do when they feel like they are in the lead. But again, to emphasize, it was only 3 months between O1 and O3. That's extremely fast, even for AI timescales. And OpenAI has indicated that they think this type of scaling can continue. Actually, we have been on an exponential curve of AI progress for quite some time. There was a momentary plateau when AI labs seemed to be hitting a ceiling because they had taken all the training data available, basically the entire internet, and they couldn't see a way to scale up further. That was the period when I mentioned that OpenAI seemed to be falling behind, and so they released O1 in a bit of a rush. So really, it didn't take them long at all to...
The plateau was somewhat overstated as it lasted, like a month? Maybe 2 tops?
Come up with this new paradigm. It was originally called Strawberry, and I made a video about it. You can check it out up here. Now, despite that momentary pause, we are definitely still on an increasing exponential trend. Here's a graph of the performance of various frontier models on a benchmark called ARC, which was explicitly designed to be as hard for LLMs as possible. That's why we see all the models from GPT-4o and earlier achieving at most a 5% score on this benchmark. You can see that O1 is around the 30% range and O2 is closer to the 80% range. In other words, the majority of the problems here were solved in the last 3 months. As one commentator said, at its worst, the the O3 model tripled the performance of O1. We'll talk more about this graph in the next section, but for now, the question is clear in everyone's mind. Is this AGI? Is O3 artificial general intelligence? In other words, AI that's as smart as a human. And an important follow-on question to that is, how much will O3 impact general software development?
In AGI, like when people talk about real AI, they're often referring to AGI. Sometimes they're referring to like ASI, artificial strong intelligence, or possibly even super intelligent for some, science fiction kind of thing. HAL from 2001 was artificial general intelligence. It was very good at what it did. It was very intelligent, but it wasn't, it wasn't super intelligent, that kind of thing. It was like a very intelligent person who's also well versed across all domains in their job category. It could do all the things of running a ship, along with playing chess and other shit like that, better than human beings. What up, Kensai? And how was really, you're gonna have to try again. I know you use the text or speech to text. HAL was framed. Watch 2010. If you watched only 2001, then you will not understand what Arthur C. Clarke was trying to say when HAL did what HAL did. What? You gotta give me the full fucking sentence. I need more data, Cosmic.
These two main questions will be addressed in the next two parts. Part 2, a question of generality. Let's go back to that graph I mentioned very briefly. This graph is from the benchmark ARC-AGI, or sometimes called ARC-AGI-1, because they are working on a number 2 and even a number 3. And the questions are designed to be hard for large language models to solve because they're actually based on visual reasoning. So a typical human score on this benchmark is about 85%. And we have O3 at its highest compute level, where the model was given tons and tons of GPU time for computation. That version of O3 is achieving 87.
HAL was a fake? I mean, HAL, wasn't a real... Yes. Right. We're talking about the character of HAL, which is people's reference points for artificial intelligence, right? Like Skynet. People think of Skynet when you start talking artificial intelligence. They think of HAL. They might think of the movie AI. They might think of the movie, the Johnny Depp one, Transcendence, right? Like, this is the reference point. So HAL was not a real... If we had that level of artificial intelligence in 1969 and HAL in the movie was played by an actual artificial intelligence at that point in time, we'd be in much better shape right now, or at least much farther along this progress bar. But yeah. Yes. I mean, it was malicious from the point of view of the people who created it to be that way.
7.5%. In other words, it's exceeding the human level performance on this benchmark that was supposed to be super easy for humans and nearly impossible for machines. The general trend here is O1 and especially O3 are really good at reasoning. So as you would expect, on a very difficult math competition benchmark called AIME, O1 gets 83.3 and O3 gets 96.7, only missing one question. Likewise, at highly technical questions aimed at PhDs, human PhDs tend to get 70% on this particular benchmark, while O1 is at 78 and O3 is at 87.7. So we have very clear evidence of reasoning capability, but the big question is generalization. How well does the AI system generalize to new types of problems and new domains? After all, that's what AGI is supposed to be about. generalizable intelligence. And the thing is, some people will always say, look, the AI can't do X, therefore it's not AGI. And
that is why I say, like, when people talk about real AI, I say it's only real AI when it can play the banjo, right? Like, because this is the moving of the goalposts that will often happen as it relates to artificial intelligence. That it's, people have a preconceived definition of what they believe artificial intelligence is and what it means when you say something is AI. And they're like, without knowing what that definition is, it's very difficult to have a conversation around it, which again is why I don't use my definition. I ask for their definition so we can just have a common ground for having a conversation. What up, Nemesis? Most AI are depicted as villains. Yes, because AI is often used to represent a loss of agency and humanity within the storytelling, and sometimes used as like an authority figure to facilitate that same kind of thing. Remember that all science fiction stories are told to examine the human condition. They are not actually demonstrating the capabilities of artificial intelligence in a positive light, because artificial intelligence in a positive light can often be used to resolve a whole shit ton of problems that you wouldn't have to deal with otherwise. You can play the banjo, but if you're going to play in Texas, better have a fiddle in a band. My definition is this.
as we've seen AI develop, it's often the case that AIs are much better at some things and humans are much better at others. So it seems very hard to get a consensus on AGI. It's a fuzzy definition, and there are likely to be counterexamples far beyond the point when most people would concur. Actually, the entities developing AI have vested interest in this, of course. You would think they would have vested interest to say, we have reached AGI, but it's actually the opposite.
That's the Riker standard, right? Humans tend to appreciate the expression AI has been heavily changed in the last 2 years or so. Before, basically any clever bit of software was marketed as AI, but now it's shifting to especially designate neural networks. But the designations, even among experts, is not quite settled yet. Hasn't been settled in quite some time, I would say, like across my lifetime. I had seen the AI come and then the AI winter, and there's a lot of other factors involved. It's not just a marketing term, but it's also because of how we fund research in this country, where when you were doing AI research and it looked like AI research was going to pay off, you got a lot of funding. But then once we hit that winter point, right, like where things kind of leveled off for a while, then people pulled their funding because an AI was like science fiction nonsense and why you are wasting our time kind of thing. So if you wanted your stuff funded, you wouldn't say artificial intelligence because you were basically dooming yourself to not get funding for your project. So then I'm not saying that this is when the term like machine learning was invented. I'm saying that this is when machine learning was popularized. You wouldn't say I'm doing research in artificial intelligence. You would say I'm doing research in machine learning. And it's like, oh, that sounds great. That sounds super interesting. Let's do that. No, I mean, it has been used that way, but it's not just a marketing ploy and a grifting technique, right? There is AI that is actually doing intelligence that is artificial, like that's happening. That's the point I'm trying to make, right? The clarification around the whole thing. Well, always was, but now mainly through OpenAI means a very specific kind of intelligence. Again, I would disagree. I think it depends on who you talk to. I like Charlie Strauss's take, which is we are all underestimating the capabilities and potential of computers always, partly because our definitions suck. Yes, very much 100% the case. And like, even if you don't believe that, like Dr. Walker's talking about an exponential curve, right? And I am tempering that like way back because, again, I think it's a historical thing, right? Like in 10 years, we'll be able to look back and plot where all these events happened and we'll see what the curve looks like through a historical lens. And that's why I am kind of cautious on a lot of that stuff. But even that notwithstanding, if you are not paying attention to the developments of the technology that we currently have, the capabilities of the technology that we currently have, and the fact that we have just scratched the surface on what everything we have right now can do, you're doing a disservice to yourself because you're not going to appreciate how just everything we have right now today is going to affect the economy and the job market and all that other stuff going forward. Yeah, no, like that was the thing, Nemesis, is like if you're playing against a computer, people would usually say you're playing against the AI, right? Like, and it's one of my parents ignored computer and internet back in the 90s. They're struggling today. Yeah, no, like Law Dog, I'm just excuse me. I don't need people to agree with me, right? Like I don't care. I don't have this ego in this, this need to be like, right or whatever else. It's just you need to pay attention to what the fuck is going on, right? Like everything is changing. It's changing rapidly and it's going to continue to change and it's going to continue to change rapidly. And if you're not paying attention, it is a fucking lie. There's at least one person in this fucking chat who is evidence to the contrary, Old Lobster, sir. Yeah, I just want you to fucking know. I'm begging you. I even if you don't show up for my stream, I just join the Discord. Look at the list of videos. People like Dr. Waku and AI Explained and Wes Roth and Matt Wolf. All these people are talking about that. They're telling you what's going on, and you should be watching that stuff. Or you can, watch your third person in the day tell you the same news story. Whatever makes you happy. I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to do my job.
OpenAI doesn't want to claim that they've...
Anybody read Discworld? My favorite character in Discworld is Sam Vimes. You do the job that's in front of you.
Reached AGI because it actually affects their relationship with their investors. Specifically, once they say that they have...
You got a hit, Cosmic? How many likes you got on your thing? I've got the one that's I got the one that, oh man, fell off the bottom. Oh, it is public. Anyway. My best performing song. You got 1,000 likes? I got 65. How do you got 1,000 likes, homie? What are you doing? I mean, I'm impressed, right? Like I'm asking you to teach me, right? not that I'm judging you. I'm you know, I would love for my stuff to get in front of more people. Better is what they're doing. Yeah, fuck you, Simpsons. Why don't you go outside and play a nice game of hide and go fuck yourself? Soon you'll be releasing albums on a regular basis just because you feel like it. I already do that. Like, again, with Suno. Thank you. This is a cover album of the Sundays reading, writing, and arithmetic. This is an album, Ace Rocket, Agent of All Things. This is a full 10-track album. This is the one I made for my wife for Christmas. It's some Hozier is in here, of Monsters and Men. Some songs from Moana, that kind of stuff. Other songs, stuff that meant stuff to us, and then I redid it with the AI. That kind of thing. I love this shit.
Reached AGI, Microsoft loses access to their technology. This made sense when OpenAI was a nonprofit and trying to do good for the world, but now that they are moving to...
Yeah, Dojo. I mean, it's always going to be that way because of capitalism, right? Capitalism is going to push ROI, going to push, people making money on this shit. Yeah, computer used to be a human job, by the way, in case you didn't know that. The word computer was someone who computes.
Being a full company, this is not really in their interest. So they were considering trying to remove this clause from their agreement with Microsoft, but they haven't done it yet. For now, they will simply put off the moment by not actually claiming that they have achieved.
I'm not trying to get monetization off my work, Cosmic. Everything is like for free. I'm just trying to get it in front of more people. Who might appreciate it, right? Like, and that's the thing. The more people you get your art in front of, the more, the greater chance that one of those people is going to appreciate the work that you do.
AGI. I want to talk about the creator of the ARC benchmark as well, which was...
I have that one. I don't know if we're going to get to it, but it's right here. It's video number 14 in the list, Larry.
Was the one that I showed in the graph earlier. He actually went on live stream with Sam Altman and others when OpenAI was making their announcements. Apparently, the next benchmark, the ARC AGI 2, is going to be developed in partnership.
I will fight the fight and win the war.
Old Lobster with the 22 months. Check it out. Check it out. The Wind Beneath My Wings. The OG. The person who believes in me more than I believe in myself. I appreciate you, Old Lobster. What up, Ribbons? There's music, obviously, which is gated and a bit slower. Video, which is fairly new. Greatly brought down hardware requirements and painting. There's also a Wes Roth video about AI music that I haven't had a chance to watch. Probably the most advanced models, so refined. He's actually can do photorealism like Flux, but so many people put so much effort into it. True.
With OpenAI. So the creator is no longer a disinterested party. He can't say O3 is AGI. And actually at the top of his organization's press release, they say that O3 is not AGI. But then there's also...
And that Pharaoh, like that aspect of it is why I think that they wouldn't be marketing O3 as AGI, even if it is AGI, right? Like if it were to meet those criteria, they haven't worked out that nonsense with with Microsoft. But then, of course, as Larry said, there's a video. Making money isn't inherently bad, but you can scale up so fast that you lose everything. It's a hard problem. Yeah. Right? Like, I mean, there's just friggin' issues with how we go about making money, right? And how, like, we crank certain sliders up to 11 while keeping other sliders at 0. It's a problem.
So this quote buried a little further down. OpenAI's new O3 model represents a significant leap forward in AI's ability to adapt to novel tasks. This is not merely incremental improvement, but a genuine breakthrough, marking a qualitative shift in AI capabilities compared to the prior limit.
Except I actually didn't. I found it earlier today. I have one hair that didn't get cut right in the middle of my head. And now it's annoying the shit out of me because I just found it at the beginning, right before stream started.
Of LLMs. O3 is a system capable of adapting to tasks it has never encountered before, arguably approaching human-level performance in the ARC AGI domain. I think the only reason it is arguably human-level performance is because the regular O3 actually scored lower than 85%, and it took tons of extra compute for O3 to achieve more than 85%. Okay, so it's hard to trust what OpenAI and benchmark creators are going to say about AGI because they're sort of incentivized to make sure that AGI never comes. So what do we actually have? Of course, we have narrow AIs that are superhuman at many tasks. For example, AlphaGo is superhuman at playing the game of Go. And I don't think it's much of a stretch to argue that O3 is now superhuman at reasoning, something that we had always considered a uniquely human trait. Many of our most complex tasks and professions require a lot of reasoning, practicing law, medicine, engineering, etc. But especially programming. That's one of the tasks that is most affected by this chain of thought reasoning style model. So essentially, O3 can act like a narrow AI for computer programming. Not superhuman at programming, not yet. Its superhuman reasoning capabilities are making it halfway decent at programming. As I said before, the question of AGI always boils down to how much generality is there. And O3 is starting to show a high degree of generality. It's starting to be able to combine many different pieces of knowledge that it has together into one creative thought. Although it does seem to arrive at those solutions through the application of a lot of brute force. Here's a quote again from the ARC website. At test time, the model searches over the space of possible chains of thought, describing the steps required to solve the task. While single-generation LLMs struggle with novelty, O3 overcomes this by generating and executing its own programs, where the program itself becomes the artifact of knowledge recombination. In other words, O3 is generating tons and tons of possible chains of thought where it's kind of thinking out loud about the situation. And that's how its creativity arises, because it's able to eventually stumble upon the right combination of all the little things that it knows how to do. In fact, O1 and O3 have become so good at reasoning.
I'm not saying that's human shit. I'm just saying it sounds a lot like human shit, right? Maybe the entire universe can be extrapolated by focusing on its smallest piece. Now you're talking philosophy.
That OpenAI has actually outsourced the checking of safety requirements to the model's own reasoning engine. This has a lot of pluses and potential caveats, as you could imagine, and we'll talk more about this technique of deliberative alignment in some other video. Here we're just thinking, is this level of reasoning, and hence generality, enough to count as AGI? I don't know. I'm not going to make a call on that one. It depends on your definition. But O3 is definitely enough to change the world, which is really what AGI is all about. Part 3. Why developers are worried. Of course, they're worried because O3 is superhuman at reasoning and starting to get really good at programming. And therefore, in a capitalist climate, software engineers stand to lose their jobs in very short order. Let's start by talking about competitive programming competitions. These competitions involve solving a series of relatively small problems that are very math-oriented and often very difficult to implement correctly in the amount of time you have available. The most obvious implementations tend to run out of time, run out of memory, or both. It's very hard to get them correct, and it's a mark of skill to do it well. Historically, it's been seen as a really good way to pass interviews and even to get a job outright. I know of financial trading firms and big tech firms that have actually hired people, no questions asked, if they're high enough up in competitive programming rankings. Anyway, Codeforces is one of the biggest competitive programming websites in the world, with over 600,000 registered users, although, of course, the actually active users is going to be a much smaller portion. The competitors there use an ELO ranking system, just like in competitive gaming. You get the most points when you beat someone who has a higher ranking than you do. OpenAI has been pitting their models against the Codeforces problems. O1 achieved an ELO of 1891, O3 Mini broke that at 2073, and the full O3 with extra compute actually achieved an ELO of 2727. That would place O3 at number 175 in the world, or in the top 99.8% of programmers worldwide. Here's a chart showing some of the different ELO rankings and what title you can get as a result, and about how many people are in each category. The chart must be a little old because I think people have higher scores these days. I believe O3 ranked at the Grandmaster level. Getting to the Grandmaster level of anything is a remarkable achievement, let alone programming competitions where there are 600,000 registered participants. But these are just programming contest problems. They're somewhat self-contained, they're meant to be solvable, and they're highly mathematical and algorithmic, which we already know that O3 is good at because it's good at reasoning. So you might wonder how the model would do in a more realistic environment. But there was also a benchmark for that called SWE Bench Verified. This is a very interesting benchmark because the problems that are contained in it are actually real problems from Git repositories. The dataset is basically someone opened an issue on GitHub. Okay, a developer submitted a pull request. Here's the final code that was produced and the final number of tests that were actually passed as a result of that code being merged. So in this situation, you essentially have a fully autonomous coding agent because O3 is given an issue, a description of a task. And then it goes off and thinks for a long time and submits a pull request, the final code at the end of the day. Then that code is automatically checked against the tests because all of these cases contain automated testing. And you check whether the model is able to achieve the same amount of test coverage as the human programmer. This is really a programmer in a box. And on this benchmark, O3 achieved 71.7%, which is about 20% higher than O1. Now, I don't know what human performance is on this benchmark. Presumably, a very skilled programmer could get 100% of these because they were solved in the real world. But a human developer would also trip up. They would also have bugs in their code. They would rely on code reviews from other programmers to actually write good, solid code. And they would take probably 10 or even 100 times longer to actually create that code compared to the model. So basically, to quote one commentator, programming is on life support, kind of the same as copywriting and digital art from the past few years. Any discipline goes through a cycle when it comes to automation. First, it's fully manual. Then you might have the assistance of computers, like for spreadsheets. Then the assistance of small AI tools that are not too useful, until you can eventually delegate substantial tasks to AI tools. And finally, the job becomes fully automated. Digital art is at the fourth stage, the delegation of huge parts of the job to AI tools, in my opinion. And this looks to be about the same for programming. With O3, you can delegate large chunks of work to it, but it's not really at the full automation stage yet. That's what the SWE Bench Verified was testing, right? It got 71.7% instead of 100%, where you could potentially claim that the job is fully automated. But even at the current stage, large chunks of tasks can and will be automated, which will reduce the number of jobs available in software development, especially junior positions, and the nature of the job will change dramatically. It will become higher level, which is good and desirable, but also it may not match the skill set of existing developers if you're one of those people who really loves to get into the weeds. So it's no wonder that a lot of tech workers are feeling very anxious about all of this. And by the way, I think that a lot of disciplines, including law and medicine, where a lot of reasoning is required, are not really that far behind in terms of reaching stage 4. But before we dive into that more, I want to talk about recursive self-improvement.
Okay. right? Like, and this is why your boy is telling you that, but as great as it is that X Union is got a new contract, or fucking, whatever the plan is for 2028 that I keep hearing about, like, I don't know that we have that kind of time, but really what it is that you just need to think bigger. Just need to think bigger. The time for defending your little, your group's particular patch of capitalism, that's over. It's just over, right? It's gone. It's been gone for some time, in my opinion, but it's definitely, these are the coffin nails being driven. Fucking borders, right? Like, I can't believe 2024. Borders? You want to talk about borders? Like, we need to think bigger. If we're not acting bigger, please, Hammer, don't hurt him. If we're not thinking bigger, if we're not acting bigger, then we're just going to have a rough time of it. Right? And that's everybody. Again. Because as the number of people with jobs declines, the number of people capable of being consumers declines, which throws the entire current system out of whack. And nobody's got a plan, especially not, It's a good thing Elon's a genius, or we'd be in trouble. Thing is, it takes humans at entry level. You don't make it to expert without entry level jobs, homie. Again, the writers, right, who recently went on strike, the writers in Hollywood were telling you that ages ago, maybe a decade, right? Like, this is, and this is the thing. When you're only worried about your own little patch of capitalism, you tend to miss the broader picture. Right? The fact that these writers' rooms have been reducing the number of people in them means that there's less people on the entry level portion, so that a decade, 20 years, 30 years down the road, those people who would then go on to become showrunners and participants in the production process of movies, those people don't exist, or they are unskilled. All of this learning stuff that you should be doing, or that the system is currently set up for you to do, has been dismantled, has been hollowed out to extract more, more money. Those are bad timing. Oh, the timing, there's nothing you can do about the timing. Events come when they come. Because at this crucial point, we have a lack in leadership, and I mean around the world, governments following the lowest common denominators. That's fine, right? We got stable geniuses the world over, right? Everything's cool. Everything's great.
From a safety perspective, the chance that these AI models get used to create the next and greatest AI model is actually quite high. Would you use O3 to help you create O4? Probably yes. Was O1 used to help create O3?
Probably.
Maybe it was. Hard to say. This would represent an intense acceleration of the feedback loop we've been in for several years now.
Are a lawyer.
And there are many safety issues to think about as companies work towards superintelligence. More on that in a future video. I just wanted to highlight it here briefly. In terms of what will happen to all of these professions based around computer programming. I think the
And they just made a small comment on that. But recursive self-improvement. I don't know that O3 is it, but it smells like it, right? It's adjacent to it. We are getting closer and closer to a point where the AI can improve itself. And once it does that, then it's off like a shot. Because again, like right now, I have to go in and I have to have some knowledge of code in order to even ask the right questions of, O1 or like eventually O3 or one of these other coding models, and then to be able to kind of like analyze what it's giving me. I have to have some knowledge still. But once we get past that, the models are just going to get better and better and better. Pew, 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 pew. Law Dog with the donation to Rainbow Passage. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. They appreciate it. You're great. If it ain't, we're rapidly approaching that critical point. Yeah, and the thing is, Beef, the thing about, and this is why I talk about, we're not going to, the hype cycle shit and the plateau shit and the exponential curve shit, all that shit, we're not going to know when we take off, right? It's just going to happen. And then we'll go back and we'll go, oh, it was in, late 2025 when they released the 05 model that was capable of doing self-directed recursive self-improvement, that everything really popped off, and that was the culmination. And now we know that because we can look at all the historical factors that laid in, because it was right towards the end of 2025 when the fully automated foundries, chip foundries started coming online, and we were able to produce high quality chips at a much higher rate, which allowed us to go from concept to production over a much shorter amount of time, without the normal years of development that did happen. It was reduced down to months, that kind of thing. It's going to be a variety of factors that all came together, and that's why in 2027 we had AGI, right? And like that. That's how historical factors work. You can't, as you're standing in the middle of them, it's very difficult. I won't say you can't, but it's very difficult to determine where you are in a historical experience. Like you can do this yourself. You have a variety of snapshots related to the time of COVID, right? Not saying that COVID is over or any of that crap. I'm just talking about the time of COVID, right? Basically 2020 to 2023 kind of thing. So at any given point in time, if you remember how you thought things were going to go at any particular month within the time of COVID, and then compare that to looking back through the historical lens on what actually occurred. And by looking at those two things side by side, you see how you cannot tell what's going to happen while you're in it, right? Worried about my ex. She was studying software development. I hope she's doing well, finding a stable place in the hierarchy to protect her ability to work. Yeah. It's going to take time to transition. But again, like until, like, I guess trust is the word. Until you can trust the model's codes, there's still places for human beings, right? Like, and even outside of that, right? More independent shit. A combination of a human who knows coding and an AI assistant is going to be able to accomplish stuff independently to create their own creative works within that framework. If someone is willing to be agile, adapt, learn the new tools, everything else, then they are going to move from thing to thing and probably have a really wild ride, and it could be great. If someone is resistant to that kind of shit, they are going to have a bad time. Firstly, it doesn't sleep with recursive. Doesn't sleep. Yes, that's another thing, is that the AI doesn't need time off. The AI will not go to its kid's baseball game. The AI will not go to Disney World. The AI will not get sick. Once it starts doing that, it can just do that all the time, as long as there's compute available. Still think it's an excellent time to get into software. Stable is tricky and maybe shouldn't be the goal, although I wish for it too. Yeah, like, it's be flexible, be agile, be adaptable, I think is the watchwords of the day. Learn. Don't be resistant. That's the thing, is it won't even ask, because it'll also be in charge. Maybe, Samsons, maybe.
Closest analogy is not digital art and copywriting, because there's not a ton of reasoning involved there, but rather in games. Games have been the subject of AI research for a very long time. They started with the simplest ones until they could solve it fully with an AI model, and then they would go on to the next one, leaving the players of those games to deal with the effects of their pastime being fully automated. And we are talking about games where there are competitive players that make their living from playing the game. Games where the best humans were beaten by an AI system include chess in 1997, Jeopardy in 2011, Go in 2016, and StarCraft 2 in 2019. Go is an interesting case because it was beaten by AlphaGo, which was one of the first big success stories in reinforcement learning. Google DeepMind was training this system to play the game of Go, and then they got feedback from some very professional players until they finally staged a match with the best player in the world at the time, Lee Sedol, in South Korea. The model played a move, the famous Move 37, that completely flummoxed all the observers and professional players. It looked like a mistake, and the model itself thought that this move would have only a 1 in 10,000 chance of actually being played in a professional match. It was a creative move that Lee Sedol wasn't expecting at all. He left the room to compose himself, came back, and lost the match. But then, in a follow-on match, Lee actually played a similar type of move that, again, the AI didn't see and had anticipated as having a less than 1 in 10,000 chance of occurring. And so even though AlphaGo eventually did beat Lee Sedol, he and many other professional players that engaged with it said that they were actually learning a lot from the experience, that it seemed inhuman, but in a way that actually led them to learn themselves. Lee initially kept playing the game, but eventually he decided to retire, saying that there is an entity that cannot be defeated. Other people kept playing Go, though, and anecdotally, it has actually become more popular since AlphaGo, because there's a great companion to always play with. In fact, I've been learning Go recently as well, for the same reasons. It's really hard because there's a sort of parity or symmetry to the moves. A very strong position versus a doomed position might differ by only one stone, and the search space for Go is far too large for a computer to actually ever explore it. You have to actually look for patterns and train your brain to understand what looks good and what doesn't. The game StarCraft 2 is also very interesting because it's a real-time strategy game. You don't have a lot of time to make decisions, and in fact, it's one of the fastest paced strategy games out there, despite the speed restrictions.
Yeah, that's often what a lot of I at least appreciate the games that tell you that that's what they're doing, right? Where they are just changing percentages on stuff to make the game more challenging, right? It's not that the player is actually getting better. It's that they're just like making your life more difficult, adjusting the percentages. And a lot of AI opponents in video games are like that. Think how much further behind college degree curriculum, not prepared for work. It's an interesting time to be alive. That's all I'm saying.
DeepMind's Alpha Star model was able to achieve the Grandmaster rank at all 3 races.
Kippa, do you not know about the vibrating butt plug in chess? Oh.
Yes, StarCraft uses an ELO system just like Codeforces does. By 2019, Alpha Star was above 99.8% of all players. StarCraft 2's popularity has been dropping just because the strategy game genre as a whole has been dropping in popularity.
Why does it feel like my channel is the channel that goes out of its way to like just destroy people's good time? Like we had that whole conversation about Fanta and what was the other thing? It's just, it's unintentional.
But I think that the players of the game actually welcomed Alpha Star to some degree. It was nice to get attention on their game and to be selected as a really difficult game for AI to actually target. And everyone was very playful on the ladder, always picking variations on the name Alpha Star to try to intimidate their opponent at the beginning of the game.
Oh, it has nothing to do with sex. It has nothing to do with sex. There's and Spectrophonic, there's actually, because this is how I roll, there is a StarCraft board game. Fucking A. Never assume that everyone knows all the things that you know. That's what I have learned. Yes, the Fanta replacement for Coke. We had to destroy someone's good time.
So overall, from games, I think we can see that some people will quit once they feel like.
Which is why people do the whole thing about where they just say there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, because it's like, right, like if you enjoy something, there's probably something terrible in its background that it's just better. Just there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. Just it's all bad. Everything's bad. Don't worry about the details, because if you look at the details, it's there. Yeah. It was Pharaoh. Pharaoh had it in their top 3, and now, like, they will have that temptation where they will go to a store and they will see the Fanta and want the Fanta because they remember how it tastes, and immediately come rushing back to that conversation.
Like the AI is better than them and doing better than them. Other people will actually embrace it and use it as a tool to train themselves or to actually improve. It's hard to say exactly where software engineering will go from here, but I think it's useful to keep these examples in mind. Here's a quote from Ahura. Right now, there are a handful of people who have realized that computer science as we know it is dead. AI has written every line of code that I have worked on in the last 2 months, and I have heard the same from many people I respect. And the vast majority of the world hasn't caught up and has no idea that this is even possible. Plan accordingly. What are my takeaways from all this? Well, first of all, Player of Games, the second book in the Culture series, is supposed to be a good portrayal of a human in a post-scarcity society where AIs are better at almost all things. I haven't finished reading it, but if you want a sort of utopian view on some of this, you could check it out. But basically,
I gotta look into those. The Culture series, I think it's the one that Level had talked about, and I haven't read them. Was it great? I need, like, I want to boost that positive AI representation, which doesn't often happen, again, for the previously established reasons.
Accelerating through those 5 stages of automation in software engineering, as in many disciplines around the world. In fact, humanity is following the path of individual humans. As you get older, you go into management. And our task, as the people involved in this change, is to bend with the wind and make sure that we can still build a good life for ourselves. Finally, in conclusion, we talked about OpenAI's new model called O3, which has been surpassing competition on a wide variety of benchmarks. Most impressively, though, is the benchmark ARC AGI, which was explicitly designed to be really hard for large.
Player of games, Ian M. Banks. The troll? Welcome in.
Language models. Now, O3 has achieved above.
Oh, I couldn't do. Ready Player One is American Psycho for nerds, dude. I could not with Ready Player One. I tried, and it was just, I could not.
A typical human score on that benchmark, which naturally leads to the question, is O3 AGI? Is it as smart as a human? People involved in the industry say no, but they actually have a vested interest in saying no at this point. There are also some technical reasons to think not, such as the lack of long-term memory and planning. But regardless, the question of whether O3 actually qualifies as OGI is really moot. It doesn't matter. It will still cause massive disruption to.
See, like in American Psycho, there's like a page, because there's another book I attempted to read, but just couldn't get through. There's like a page and a half of a discussion of the business cards, right? And the different colors of white and the different, like embossing and just all this fucking shit. And it was a level of detail that made my eyes crawl. It was so fucking painful. And that was when I just bailed, right? It's why I don't tend to like Stephen King novels. I like Stephen King short stories because, like, there's less time for Stephen to get into, a page and a half dissertation about this fucking field. What up, Funbox man? Yeah, like, that's what I'm saying, right? And I felt that same vibe from Ready Player One, that reading Ready Player One and just the detail of the references and everything else. First of all, it was fucking Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory, right? Just fuck it. It was. What if we took American Psycho and Willy Wonka and slapped them together and made it video games? It was that kind of thing.
The software engineering industry, regardless. And this also increases the chance that O3 will be used to do recursive self-improvement. In other words, you work with O3 to start creating O4, which is, again, one of the key aspects of AGI that we were all thinking about. When can you automate AI engineer work? So I think even if O3 is not.
That's why people keep showing up for the existential horror that I give them regarding what the future is going to look like, is because I make it sound fun.
Actually AGI, it has many of the same attributes of it, and it will herald a lot of change in society. If you liked this video, check out this previous one I made upon the release of O1. It's a bit more technical and goes into the details of how these chain of thought models work. I guess I have upheld my tradition of making an extra long video for a Christmas special. But in the end,
it's a matter of definitions, Kippa. Like, I couldn't intake the amount of information that I do if I didn't have audiobooks. It is a different experience. Does it count as reading? Yes. Right? Does it activate different portions of your brain than reading does? like, you know, looking at words, book reading, yes. Even reading off a computer screen or tablet versus reading a paper book activates different portions of your brain. So it's kind of like the art argument. It's like it depends on what your definition. And I like my definitions, you know, broad and inclusive. Well, the thing is, Ribbons, is that I get to directly answer your question. The answer is no, right? Yes, that's correct. I read directly off a tablet, but I read directly when I'm attempting to fall asleep at night, right? To do that, focus on one thing, quiet the mind, you know, wait for the melatonin to kick in. But there's such volumes of information that I need to cram into my brain, and the only way that I can do that is by playing an audiobook while I'm doing another task, right? Like while I'm doing the dishes or you know, laundry or what have you, cook. Yeah, driving is a huge place for it. So it's like, again, it's a matter of definitions, right? Like, are you talking about reading to gain information, or are you talking about reading to like as a meditative Zen like experience? Depending on what you're talking about will determine whether or not it's reading. It's not real reading unless you're like, you know, holding a scroll made of papyrus from the Library of Alexandria. I feel like I'm going to skip the Adam something electric cars joint and get right into the AI critics, because Drew Gooden dropped a new fucking anti-AI video, and I'm excited. Can I be excited? Thank you.
Hey guy, welcome back to another hilarious YouTube video. Please subscribe to join the Drew Gooden gang.
You probably thought that was me. Well, what if I told you that entire voiceover was actually done by artificial intelligence?
Like 2 sentences?
I would be lying. I don't know how to do that.
Hey guy, welcome back to another hilarious...
I made a video a few months ago about how AI is ruining the internet, and even though not that much time has passed, there's still so many new forms of dumb AI garbage that I feel compelled to rant about. The iPhone 16 has been marketed almost entirely around Apple Intelligence.
I don't have the bingo card. Where's Reed? Reed, get the bingo cards.
And for some reason, sales are down? It could be because many of the advertised features still are.
Yeah, they need people to safety test. And I personally, yes, I understand the concept of the fact that they could be paying people to do the thing and everything else. Completely agree with that statement. However, I do like the fact that they are having people outside the company do the safety testing, right? Like it seems to me at least some level of transparency in that regard. You know what I mean?
Aren't available and won't be until nearly halfway into the product's life cycle, or maybe it's because every new iPhone costs $20,000 now. But I think Apple's
Should I get pedantic?
Condescending and mean-spirited commercials are also having an effect on how people view this product. Commercials targeted at people who aren't just stupid, but also kind of shitty. Every single one of them is basically just, are you tired of having to do anything? Well, now you don't have.
Yeah, they don't cost $20,000. He's full of shit. That's why I was like, I could be pedantic here, but I didn't, you know, I don't want to. Video is already outdated because, if I'm not mistaken, Apple Intelligence is there now, at least somewhat. Yes, Drew Gooden is a moron.
You don't have to type.
Like, spoiler alert, Drew is going to say a whole bunch of wrong shit in order to get money out of his audience, and because hating on AI is so low-hanging fruit, you can literally do this forever. I wanted to do this. We're going to do it now. I'm going to do duplicate the tab. I'm going to patiently wait to make sure that the video doesn't start. Waiting. Good. Okay. AI is ruining the internet. I wonder how many videos that we're going to get specifically.
Hey guy, welcome back to another hilarious.
There you are. Okay, this is the original Drew Gooden video that we covered. We covered this one the other day. Yeah. This I've got in the thing, but it's an hour, so I didn't know. I kept looking for an opportunity to do the one where we sit around and I play a video game and we watch an hour-long video that sucks. Here is another video that we covered and I hated on. Did not cover the D'Angelo video. We covered the Kyle Hill one, right? Future proof. I'm going to say because the red bar is full here, we covered that one. This is the one we're doing now. This is XQC reacting to that shitty video. This is Asmongold reacting to that shitty video. We definitely covered this one. I remember that. Is Google ruining the internet? This AI artist is getting destroyed. AI is here. What now? We covered this one. We did the nuanced take. No one cares about AI anymore from a month ago. Covered that one. The Gabby Bell video. This was absolutely one of my favorites. The classic. 5 months ago, the AI bubble is bursting with Ed Zitron. My man, 50 grand, Adam Conover, where I spent 3 hours and 15 minutes debunking. And like sometimes there was nothing to even debunk. It was just they would say some shit and provide zero. They have not aged well at all at this point in time. We did AI Revolution is rotten to its core. Is AI ruining our perception of history? I'm going to throw that into the AI playlist. That sounds interesting. That's from 10 months ago. This is somebody reacting to the shitty Drew Gooden video. This is Upper Echelon. My boy. Upper Echelon, the enshittification of the internet. This is an AI channel. Internet is worse than ever from Kyrgyzstan. Even Kyrgyzstan's getting in on this shit. Has generative AI already peaked from 7 months ago? And this is computer file. Like, this is a dude who knows what they're talking about. And yet, somehow, this one is not the AI did it. This is how Temu destroyed the internet forever. There's a Mustafar video, but I think Mustafar is fallen off the thing and we don't like them anymore, and I'm fine with that. Will AI destroy the internet from a year ago? AI will kill the internet from 8 months ago with Don Lemon and Neil deGrasse Tyson. How is AI ruining the internet with AI can't draw hands? You see where I'm going with all this, right? AI art is becoming a problem. AI does not exist from Angela Collier. This was a hard video to get through because she never actually says anything other than AI isn't real. It doesn't actually exist. It's not real AI. It just that. This is garbage. This is garbage. How AI is ruining the internet. AI slopification and the unfortunate death of the internet from 9 months ago. You get the idea, right? Like we've if you want to make content, saying AI will destroy the internet is a good way to do it. Also, because we're going to get into this a little bit later, dead internet theory is another great example. We're going to do this video. We did the Kyle one. We're going to do this video. You see what I'm saying? Like, all you have to do is take a worst case scenario and make a video on it, and hey, it's wrong, but it's actually worse. Because people love when things are terrible. AI sucks. My evidence is Geeks for Geeks. The writing is terrible now. AI bullshit everywhere. I don't know what Geeks for Geeks is, so I'll agree with you.
You don't have to read.
Oh, and yeah, the generification AI slop filter, right, is the this. Why it's not? Nope. This song, the generification slop filter, is now the intro to this show. So, thank you to that dude who made that video and gave me that term because I do love it so. Thank you for the inspiration. Now, back to this guy.
You don't even have to think. Finally, you can just mindlessly waddle your way through life as the barely functioning zombie we've always dreamed of selling things to. Like this guy, who hasn't done any work all day, but gets Siri to write an email for him telling someone else that they should do his work for him. And that guy is impressed? I am genius! Then there's one where this guy has to lead a meeting about a presentation his team made for him, but of course, he didn't read it. So he spits in the face of the hard work done by everyone around him and reads some bullet points his laptop pooped out. I am genius! That's awesome. I love when everybody else does work except for me. Is this how
I love when people get hyperbolic in order to make their point when actually they don't have one.
Apple views its customers? Like they're incapable of doing anything on their own without getting help from their precious device? It's good to know that every time I open the Mail app from now on, my phone's gonna be sitting there with its arms crossed, shaking its head as I stumble through some crappy attempt at a meaningful reply. All right, dumbass, just give it to me. I'll figure it out. Oh, Jesus Christ, man, are you even breathing?
Oh, I forgot I had to. Thanks for reminding me.
So, what did you think of the pitch I emailed you?
Yes, the one that you emailed me. Here we are. Very Victorian, which I loved. Unique relationship is formed. I love unique relationships.
With a twist.
I know, because I read it.
Great. I'm going to tell them you're interested.
What? So they just committed to doing a whole movie they know nothing about other than how a phone described it? That doesn't sound like a great career move to me. What if the script is terrible? What if the...
Like, he's talking about, like, how low work and like, you know, basically insulting to its customers the AI product is. And that's, like, really what I'm getting off of Drew. Yeah, no, I'm with you, Dojo. It's a commercial, right? Commercials are bad, right? Commercials are terrible. The fact that people tune in to the goddamn Super Bowl to watch the commercials, I die a little inside every time someone says that. I think it leads us to the Demolition Man future with the radio station that just plays the jingles, right? That's you. That's y'all. I'm not worried about the Idiocracy. I'm worried about Demolition Man. Yeah, I mean, there's multiple reasons. Like, like some people are just not good at writing emails. So having an AI that can make your email sound like it was written by someone who actually gives a shit as opposed to you is probably a good thing to do. You know what I mean? Lawnmower Man, that's it had some great CGI in it. I liked the book. The book was good. I enjoyed the book a lot. I was disappointed in the movie because of the book, but it's not really the fault of the movie, It was an attempt. Yeah.
The movie's racist. Don't give me that smug look like you just outsmarted me. You're the one who just agreed to be in a racist movie.
Siri, what's the name of the guy I had a meeting with a couple of months ago?
You met Zach Wingate at Cafe Grinnell.
That's super fucking helpful. I'm bad with names. Y'all know I'm bad with names if you watch this channel long enough, because I describe a person's vague characteristics and then what movie they were in, and then that's how we figure out what the hell I'm talking about.
Hey!
Zach!
Have I...
Resute? Again, if you are extracting joy out of this existence by enjoying a Super Bowl commercial, more power to you. Just don't ask me what my boggle is, John Spartan.
I've forgotten people's names before. Absolutely I have, and I will do it again. But what I've learned in life is that 90% of the time, it's not that big of a deal. I have never taken it personally when someone doesn't remember my name, because there's a lot of information getting tossed around in our brain.
I forgot Drew Gooden's name for the longest fucking time until some other streamer was YouTube creator was talking about Drew Gooden, and it was just like, it took a whole series of events for me to remember who this is. That and the fact that his name was written on the video that was there when we started it up. Otherwise, I don't know. It's some generic white kid who makes a lot of money.
And sometimes it doesn't prioritize the important stuff. Instead of names and birthdays, it'll save song lyrics you heard one time 20 years ago.
Larry.
It happens. Just be honest about it. Would it be the end of the world to have a regular human interaction?
This is true, Spectrophonic, right? Like, this is true. People like the fact that you remembered them. My ability to use a device, to use external memory storage, which we all agree that external memory storage has fucking value, okay? If I'm using external memory storage to retain people's names, especially of people that I don't see that often, I don't understand what the problem is. From the point of view of the person that I'm talking to, if I say, hey, Spectrophonic, what up? Like, you get the same experience. I want to give you that experience. I want you to be happy. 5 phone numbers? I could do two phone numbers off the top of my head. 3 phone numbers, including mine.
Interaction with someone? Does Apple just want us all to lie to each other now? Yes, of course I read the text you sent me. Josh, my husband. But as much as I hate those commercials, they all pale in comparison to the worst of these ads.
Happy birthday, Dad.
Happy birthday.
I got you something.
Oh, honey. Thank you. I love this.
I got you this.
Did you do this yourself?
Man, I had a great teacher.
Yes, Larry.
I love you.
I love you too.
Love you.
This is from me.
Are you fucking kidding me? This character.
I'm sorry. They just made their husband and daughters happy. That sounds like sounds like a positive thing. And now they have that little video that they can watch anytime they like and make themselves happy. I don't even remember. I have replaced all the landlines from when I was a kid.
Sucks. I don't want to be like this person who not only
then you don't
forgot her
have to be.
spouse's birthday, but got annoyed that their kids didn't. Who interrupted
When did they get annoyed, you dipshit?
a beautiful moment between them and their dad so she could show them some stupid photo montage Siri threw together in 4 seconds. This is like that thing little kids do before they learn to pick up on social cues.
It is nothing like that, but go ahead and be hyperbolic for the purposes of making your point.
They'll interrupt a
Oh, look, he's using an Apple computer. Do you ever get the feeling sometimes that when you're watching a video like this and they're talking shit about the AI product, the Apple product? What up, Science Politically? You posted something earlier and I don't think I said hi. So hi. So I'm watching this and I'm thinking to myself, and I say, self, is it possible that this is some weird kind of rage engagement to advertise Apple products to the people who watch this video? What up, Ice Picker? Only Apple product I have is the pie. I actually have some apple pie. I wish I was eating it right now. But I don't eat on stream. I'm just wondering, is this a weird kind of advertisement? What's happening here?
conversation like, Mom, look what I can do. Wow, that's really great, honey. And this isn't just...
Is it me or does that describe like 75% of YouTube content?
Just a lazy and useless gift. This isn't even a new feature. My iPhone's been making dumb video slideshows of my pictures for years now, and I've never even asked it to. But also, all of these things in combination make no sense. This is marketed towards people who hate their jobs and want to get through it as soon as possible so they can get home to their families. Okay.
Based?
I understand that. But then, even when they do get home...
But it's not rage bait. Normally, you rage bait in order to get people to hate this shit, right? Like, that's the engagement portion. But is this actually like a weird form of advertisement, right? Like, where, you know, like, the fact that if I go right now, if I were to say, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, y'all, a good portion of you just did the rest of that. Right? Because it's embedded in a portion of your brain. And, like, is there something about I am genius or whatever the fucking line is that is embedding itself in people's brain that's advertising that product to them when they're, you know, maybe looking to get a Ice Picker coming through with the donation to Rainbow Passage. Thank you very much, homie. I appreciate it. You are a great human being. What up, Human? That kind of thing. Is it one of those things where it's like embedded like a, you know, like an earworm, but in your brain something? Just unfollowed someone I followed for 10 years that I love because they think that telepathy is plausible. Is that harsh? Can you forgive someone for something like that and move on? Fucking marriage is a trip. I didn't expect the last portion of that sentence. I don't know. People believe all sorts of weird shit. I tend to have a list of priorities. I'm not exactly, Sam. I'm not a if you're memeing and I'm taking you seriously, then good one. I tend to, I tend to keep my list of priorities. If they want to believe that telepathy is plausible, but it doesn't impact, me or things that I care about in any meaningful way, I mean, I guess go ahead, right? But, yeah, exactly, Larry. Like, there's a lot of people around me who believe that there's an invisible man in the sky who judges their behavior. And it's like, okay, if I put my tooth underneath my pillow, I might get some money. Not married, I just thought something like that would apply to a long-term relationship, even though it's non-sexual and blah, blah. So it was a meme. It was good. I mean, but I have that thing where I assume that people aren't joking unless I know that they're joking. But it's also, I deliver deadpan humor sometimes. Both the South Park guys and Kevin Smith joined in protests of their own movies. Yes. Dogma is excellent. And I'm disappointed that it's like one of those movies that like kind of like disappeared because Kevin Smith wanted it to disappear. Someday I'll get 28 Days Later back too. Yeah, it's cool. Right? I understand, and that's the thing. I understand the use of talismans and focus things and things like that. Like the act of tarot can have nothing to do with any like spiritual, belief that like you are affected by outside entities. Sometimes just the process of going through, like there's a lot of video games that I play, not to really play the game, but to just occupy a portion of my brain while the rest of my brain does other stuff, right? And because of that, like I get the process of doing an action in order to kind of think about, a decision that you have to make, right? So you're going to do a self-reading or get a reading done, to kind of like solidify certain things in your mind so that you can have a better idea of what it is that you're thinking about. Like the whole thing about the wise women of yore, like, that whole process, they had to know stuff, and, sometimes you have to couch that in if you don't take this fucking magic root every fucking, under the full moon, then you're gonna fucking die, is because it actually has medicinal qualities and you need to take it. And by basing it around the moon, that you take it every 30 days or 28 days, that kind of thing. And by representing it as some all-powerful deity that's going to smite you if you don't do it properly, you're going to continue to do it. Like, there's wizard shit, right? Like, there's just stuff that, people are weird.
To their families. They also just want to get through that as quickly as possible. So what exactly are the things we're supposed to like doing that we're in such a rush to?
No, they literally just wanted to do something nice for their husband and they forgot. And the whole trope of forgetting your partner's birthday is a whole fucking trope. Drew.
to get to? Just driving through traffic and scrolling Instagram reels on the toilet? Or do we need to wait until our phone can do that for us too? I think there's always going to be things in life that you don't really want to do and wish you could fast forward through. But to what end? If you could just skip through every single thing that's even remotely tedious or unenjoyable, you'd probably just skip straight to your deathbed, filled with regret, but also a new...
Why? Why would I do that? I would miss out on all the enjoyable things and skip out on the TV. I mean, one's in chat if you've ever at least thought the phrase, this meeting could have been an email.
Newfound appreciation for the mundane. If that sounds familiar to you, it's because it's the plot of the movie Click, starring Adam Sandler. I liked the part where he made boobs go in slow motion and then ignored his family for 20 years. One of the other key features of Apple Intelligence is message summaries, and I can't imagine ever wanting to use this. I don't want my fucking text messages summarized. If someone took the time to type out words for me to read, I'd like to read all of them. And if I take the time to type something out for you, I'd certainly...
You literally don't have to use it, right? This is the other thing that gets me. What up, Michael? This is the other thing that gets me about like AI, right? Like in these features, right? Like this text summarization feature. You can not use it. No one is forcing you to use it. You can just not. It's super simple. Or you can see that there's a, like this is what this text is about, and briefly look at it and say, oh, well, I'm busy right now. I'll get back to that in 5 or 10 minutes when I'm not busy. Or, oh shit, it sounds like this is an emergency. I need to get back to them right away. Like, I mean, it's not a big thing. It's just not that deep, homie.
I prefer you read the whole thing and not just have your phone cram it into one neatly packaged sentence devoid of any emotion. Of all the things that it might be useful for AI to consolidate, communication with other people is absolutely not one of them.
It absolutely is one of them. One's in chat, if you know someone who takes a long goddamn time to say something that could have been handled in one sentence, and you either are forced to interact with them due to work, or you are forced to interact with them because you care about them and are willing to, put up with the fact that they have to type a novel every time they message you, right? The entire point behind text messages is to get to the goddamn point.
Again, what's the vision here? That I want to tell someone something, but I don't really...
Yes, Dojo, you got it in one, baby. You got it in one. I also apparently kind of do that because, we've gotten 6.5 minutes into this video, and it's been at least a half an hour, if not 45 minutes.
Really feel like typing it all out. So I'll just tell my phone the gist of what I'm trying to say, and they can do it for me. But then, of course, the person I'm talking to also doesn't want to read all that, so they have their phone sum it all up in a few words, reducing it back to the original thesis I lazily pumped out a few minutes ago. So at this point, all we've really done is throw in an unnecessary middleman we're both ignoring. But then what happens when even that 2-sentence summary is too much for someone to handle? Can we consolidate it even further? Hell, why not just make it one word? Why don't we all just sort of grunt at each other until we're...
I mean, if I could consolidate a half-hour video into 7 minutes, I'd be much happier right now.
On the same page. Would that make it easier to talk to people? I hate to break it to you, but I think cavemen already tried that. We're moving in the wrong...
What's hilarious science politically is the number of young people on YouTube who hit me off with the old man yells at clouds back in my day vibe. And as the old man who used to, I used to do that all the fucking time. That was my theme. Old man yells at clouds about this, and old man yells at clouds about that. That was my bit. And now they're just, you're what, 20 something, 29? Shit. Thank you, Larry. It's got to be something related to trigger fire. I need, because the alert is supposed to be going through Twitch, but there must be some aspect, because I had to, for those of you who don't, I swapped out the hard drive on my computer. I had to completely rebuild OBS because, in spite of watching all the videos and doing all the things about how you can save all your shit, none of it ever works for me. So there are things missing. So I will get that fixed, Larry. Thank you for showing that to me. There are valid criticisms of AI. Maybe he'll address one in the next, 10 minutes.
Direction here.
As a creator on YouTube, I feel like I'm constantly having my videos merged into whatever random new AI systems they force on us. They generate summaries of my videos for other people to read, and summaries of my viewers' comments for me to read. Things like oatmeal and yogurt time song's hilarious, and Samantha is Drew's loyal follower. Good to know. But the main feature I want to talk about is one that is just so funny to me. So for the past couple years, when you would go to read comments in the YouTube Creator Studio backend, some of them would have these auto
Nobody tell him about commenters on the YouTube being bots. I mean, I'm sure 123 go screw yourself is a lovely human being.
Generated replies as prompts for.
And I mean, I'm sure that Zach Bryan 1067 and South Dublin Krav Maga 1411 are totally real people.
For you to respond with. For a long time, these were all super generic, just like thank you or sorry. But at some point a couple months ago, they updated these to be way more specific with AI that's trying to use content.
And those, back it up. Are we backing it up? These. I automatically assume that if you have a dash in your username, you're a bot. This just looks like a bot name. I could be completely wrong, but I assume if I see this, that's a bot. And you got no picture. How do I feel about underscores? Underscores as Globus _ the _ elder, I believe. What up, T1? I mean, bring it. And I will assume that that's the T1 bot. The T1 bot. And then T1000? Question mark.
Use context to understand what's happening, but is almost always wrong. Thank you so much for saying piss and wobble within 10 seconds of each other. You're welcome. I'm just trying to spread awareness. Awesome sauce. It's literally just sauce. This is a great Christmas present to get on my feed today. Happy holidays, or sorry, happy birthday. If you're wondering why they didn't just say Merry Christmas, it's because according to them, Christmas is not a real holiday. I went to the casino a couple times in my early 20s, pulled $200 out and lost it over the course of an hour or two. Oh, sorry to hear that. That is awesome! What I find so fascinating about these is that they're specifically trying to suggest things they think I would say. They try to answer questions on my behalf, but they don't know anything about me, so they have to just make shit up. Wonderful video. My dad would always say, never gamble more than what you want to lose. Very simple way of thinking of it. Hope it helps someone. That's a good one. I don't have a dad. I wish I could tell you something my dad used to always say, but I can't. Because apparently he doesn't exist. I send my mom your videos. She loves them. Hi, Mom.
My mom doesn't like my videos.
And I don't have a dad. And I also don't eat rice, and my shirt is dirty because I wore it to the game. And the road work ahead car, I've never seen it in real life. Except for the time I was driving it in the Vine. But then I parked it on the side of the road and never looked at it again. It's so weird to read AI confidently invent personal experiences I have not had, but then also act confused about things I actually have done. I started my last video by telling a story about going on a cruise, and in response to someone commenting about that, YouTube wants me to say, I've never been on that cruise thing. So now I'm just gaslighting people. Imagine being a recovering gambling addict and every corner is just another temptation. There's no escape. I remember my first time trying that game. It was a quarter a pull, and I thought I was gonna make a fortune. I lost $5. Why are they making up stories about my life? Why does AI just want everyone to lie to each other all the time? Such a good watch, and totally love the song.
AI doesn't want everyone to lie to each other. The companies want engagement. The responses are generated to farm engagement, right? Yeah, like the idea is that you get a lot of comments so you can bang through your comments giving replies to your viewers who may or may not actually be humans. And then they will respond back, and that's the engagement that you're looking for. And they give you a selection depending on how you might want to respond. Like the actual reasoning behind why they're doing what they're doing is fairly obvious. But, you know, you can literally just not use the feature. I have never once used an auto response to any of the comments, which admittedly, I don't get a lot of comments, to any of my YouTube videos. And I've recently, 6 months ago, if somebody snarks on one of my video, I respond with cool beans because I'm bringing it back.
Been streaming it on Apple Music. Yeah, well, it's just a song I found on YouTube. Don't even know what it's called. They're talking about a song that I helped make. I know what it's called. It's called Cascade, and you can listen to it wherever you stream your music. Not many people realize this unless you live in a few states, but on Native American land, natives are allowed to run casinos. Yeah, I don't know much about that. I'm just a dumb gamer. I'm so fucking stupid. Regulations are the reason cars are so big. Emissions regulations are far less strict for trucks, which incentivize car manufacturers to make big.
What I found about it, Textillion, at least for me, I mean, I haven't gotten a response after I hit him with the cool beans, right? I feel like it shows that I read your comment. I don't give a shit, but I'm also not really going to give you a place to go because I'm not going to argue with you.
Bigger vehicles to get them classified as trucks to save money. I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm a dumb car driver. Sorry, everyone. Gotta get home and play my game. This doesn't even touch on another nefarious tactic these sportsbooks use, limiting successful gamblers. If you lose often, there's no end to the promotions and offer you'll receive. Yeah, I'm gonna stop you right there. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just a kid. And I should not be driving this car. What makes this feature especially useless is that like 70% of the suggestions are just some variation of, I don't know, cool video, but that a lot like Bird's shirt? I don't know what that is. I fell asleep while watching this video. 10 out of 10, very relaxing. I don't even know what that means. Interesting. I don't know what that means. Good. What does that even mean? The Kizik shoes were awful when I bought a pair. One of the only times I've ever returned an item. I don't even know how they're supposed to work. Shoes? I don't even know how shoes are supposed to work. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what Friday is, and I don't know what 13 is, and I don't know what a...
What I love is he's gotten 4 minutes out of this, and it's a majority of the video. It's a majority of the video is him just riffing on this, which was already done better by that Canadian dude who makes camera videos. What's that dude's name? I love this dude. I can't remember what his name is offhand, but I love this dude. These are not my watch history. I hovered over them. Where's my search? Behind Jetterino. AI camera. Fuck. I don't know. There was a video we watched, and he's a camera dude, and here he is. Camera conspiracies. Right?
Oh man. So 33 Meltoni 1.8. The AI just brushes it off. I'm in focus. They're all asking about 3D pop, laugh out loud. Oh man, why do you...
This is from a month ago. It's been done, Drew. It's been done. And what have you done? I feel like it shows that I read your comment. I don't give a shit, but I'm also not really going to give you a place to go because I'm not going to argue with you. True, based, accurate, love that. 100%. Featured.
Poll is, and I don't know what YouTube is. It happens so often, I don't know if they're trying to speak for me or if they just don't know what's going on and felt compelled to tell me that. But it's funny because even if that was my genuine reaction to something, why would I need your help saying that? I'm so stupid that I can't even think of I don't know on my own. Good vid. I have nothing to add. Okay. Then why even say anything?
Hey, so sorry to butt in here. I just wanted to say I have no idea what you guys are talking about, okay?
That's fine. We weren't talking to you.
It's just hard for me to give my input when I don't even know what's going on.
Sure, but we didn't really ask for your opinion.
Look, all I'm saying is next time you guys come crawling to me for advice, try cluing me in a bit first. I don't even know who you are.
You covered this topic in such a compassionate and dignified way, and I feel like it'll really help a lot of young people who may be struggling or may not have realized the hole they're digging. You're a really good friend to your viewers.
I don't even know what that means, but it makes me feel good, so thank you. Tarzan-ass response.
Hi, Mr. Drew Gooden. It's good seeing you around. Who? Who the fuck is...
That's a bot. You can't convince me that that wasn't a bot comment, right? Like it's a bot.
Is this Drew guy? Drew's got like every YouTube essay.
Yeah, no, like this, and that's the thing, is this entire section has just been repeating the same bit over and over and over again. How about we crank it up? How about make go fast? Custom? Ooh, look at you. Oh, that's fun.
I said I watched in one video. I don't even know who these people are, to be honest. My friends? I don't know who my friends are? That would have been an insane video to make if I didn't know.
That guy with the mustache, when we watch his video, he's friends with Drew.
those people.
That's why I
this
know
is
what
weird.
Drew's
Someone
name
said
is.
good video, and the AI wants me to say, I don't know what that means. I'm only programmed to tell you about today's sponsor, SoFi?
Okay, I guess I'm gonna do an ad read now.
Hi, I'm Trapped in the Void, and I'm here to tell you about today's sponsor, SoFi. Look, if I've said it once, I've said it a million times. SoFi is the ultimate finance app helping you bank, borrow, and invest. And I gotta find a way to get out of this void. Why do I love SoFi checking and savings? Because I can earn up to 4% APY on my
not beating the enragement, engagement, advertisement allegations.
I hate that ad that I did. Maybe the
Yeah,
AI
me
just
too.
thinks I'm stupid because it's stupid too. This person says, I'm a bit north of Florida. I live right next to Florida. Got it. Okay. So you're in Florida? Come on, man. They gave you 2 chances to figure it out and you still couldn't do it. And if I'm not being the dumbest person who's ever lived, I'm instead replying to compliments with things like, yeah, I know. Good vid. Yeah, it was hilarious. I'm funny as fuck. Such an important and relevant video. Thank you. Yeah, I know it's a big deal. Thank you for this video. Yeah, I know it's a big deal. Glad you made this video. We needed it. You're telling me, man. How do we get me to make more videos like this? It's really funny that they want me to be both a massive narcissist and a complete moron. Not that that's an impossible. I'm funny as fuck. Such an important and relevant video. Thank you. Yeah, I know it's a big deal. Thank you for this video. Yeah, I know it's a big deal. Glad you made this video. We needed it. You're telling me, man. How do we get me to make more videos like this? It's really funny that they want me to be both a massive narcissist and a complete moron. Not that that's
Congrats, Dojo. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave that one there.
it's an impossible or even rare combination to pull off, but you're not doing me any favors by bestowing it upon me. And if that wasn't bad enough, some of these suggestions are just so mean for no reason. Kurt's dad's
Not
review
that deep,
getting
bro.
Drew to buy the pool table and outdoor net is a lovely little crossover. I've never even watched that guy's videos. Why would I listen to him? I got this one for my cat from Amazon. I know that the segment about replacing Mr. Rogers and teaching children good values was a bit, but honestly, I started watching your videos like 7 years at the age of 9. I'm about to turn 17 now, and I can say with confidence that your videos probably helped not only shape my humor, but my values as well. Obviously, your videos weren't the only thing teaching me morals, but I think they played a big part in my thoughts and opinions. I know it was a bit. Dumbass. Drew, please make these videos again. I love your commentary. I know what you're talking about, but it's weird that you're watching my videos.
Get the hell out of here, man.
Oh my God, this one they didn't even try. They just said, that's a really long comment. I don't really care. What, even the AI couldn't be bothered to read all that? That's its only job. If you wanted someone to
No, but to be fair, congrats or condolences. I ain't reading all that.
read 1/8 of a comment and then give up on it because they got bored, I'm perfectly capable of doing that myself. This person commented, great video on my video, AI is ruining the internet, and that's always good to hear. But here's how YouTube thinks I should respond to this comment. I can either say,
I know, right?
can you believe how good I am at YouTube? Or I can say, you know what else is ruining the internet? Which is honestly insane. Like, am I implying that this person is ruining the internet? That's how you want me to respond to a compliment? Not only is this a ridiculous suggestion, but I think I might have accidentally revealed how their comment algorithm works. Remember when people figured out that Google's search AI was sourcing a lot of its information from random Reddit threads? Well, they must also be doing that for this comment feature because you know what else is ruining the internet is a word-for-word title from a Reddit post about my video. Only in this context, the implication is that people who leech off of the work of others by posting low-effort reaction videos are
Okay. I love that they're fighting, especially because I already did it. But they like, yeah, good job, good job. +1. See, see again. I'm giving people credit where it's due. +1 for Drew for beefing with XQC and Asmongold.
ruining the internet. And in this context, one of my own viewers is ruining the internet by enjoying my video. Thanks for the suggestion, AI. Also, I wonder if a lot of these suggestions are
It's a
mean
bot.
because they're using transcripts of my videos to
a
train
bot.
the bot. And maybe because I tend to be angry when I rant about certain things, they've transferred that energy towards my viewers, which is hilarious. Like, just because I complained
It's not a viewer, it's a bot. It's a bot. It's a bot comment.
about how shitty modern cars are, doesn't mean I also want to yell at everybody who says something nice to me. Sometimes AI will over...
That is that's one of my favorite. I love that the are we having an argument? Or I would like to have an argument sketch.
compensate for all of the anger and narcissism by instead going way too far in the other direction and making it sound
Yeah, the guy with the dead rat alarm clock, Larry.
like I hate myself. Good video. Is it? Is it a good video? Or are you just saying that? Thank you for making this video. It's really good. Not sure why you would think that. This is the worst video I've ever made. I hope more people see this. Good work as always, Drew. No, this is my worst video yet. I can't even remember what the hell I was thinking when I made this video.
I don't even know why I'm still on YouTube anymore.
This person says, Jesus loves you. And the AI says, not much. No, Jesus could never love a guy like me. I know his whole thing is like, he loves everybody or whatever. But for me, it's just the bare minimum amount. Wow, thanks YouTube algorithm. It's just a video of me talking about a phone I don't even own. It's not that deep. First of all, relax, all right? You don't have to take everything so personally. Second of all, this isn't a video of me talking about a phone. It's a poll I posted 7 years ago. Or sorry, 3 years ago? Oh no, actually 2 days ago. But it was supposed to come out 10 years ago. But never mind, it was 7 years ago, back when I was still a child. And you may think,
like, other than the fact that it's going faster, I'm not noticing a whole lot of different in the quality of the content by speeding this up to an insane degree at this point. That's a bot. Parker -NM9CG, that's a bot, homie. Do I need to? I think that Asmongold is clip it. I think Asmongold's a piece of shit. And I hate that he's on the same platform that I am.
2017 was 7 years ago, but that's not the year that came to mind to me because as we all know, it's 2023. What would we do without this technology? All right, the last thing I wanted to talk about in this video isn't something that's happening by YouTube, but just something I'm seeing more and more of on YouTube. These AI-generated trailers to movies that do not exist and hopefully never will. Interstellar 2, Resident Evil 4.
Right, it's people being creative with the thing and making themselves happy, but feel free to hate. Just assume they did, Larry. I mean, if it's Asmon being a piece of shit, most people are going to be a piece of shit, or going to assume that he's being a piece of shit. I wonder if an AI could be trained to do Gish Gallop arguments. Yes. You don't even have to train it. I could do it right now. I could ask ChatGPT to do it and then have an argument with it, and it would just do that kind of behavior.
Or Skyrim.
The Dragonborn, born with the power to command the voice of the dragon.
I think I'll be watching that one in theaters. Some people see these and get excited. Some people see them and get pissed. What a hell?
These are bots, dude. Ivan P628. I'm sure that's a totally real person.
Did I just watch? It's crazy how popular some of these have gotten. This Titanic 2 trailer has 8 million views. I'll give a little bit of credit. It is kind of funny. The idea that not only did Jack actually survive the crash, but he and Rose meet back up and decide to go on another Titanic.
What's stopping us? You're serious?
Well, here we go again to find answers. I'm pretty sure we already know how the boat sank. Iceberg. Home Alone 3, Kevin's Revenge will blow your mind. Does he even need revenge? Didn't he practically kill everyone already in the first two? Unless, of course, he's getting revenge on his parents for leaving him alone in the first place. Now that I would understand. Also, he's a grown man now. He can be home alone. That's not some dire situation. I do that all the time, and I almost never have to defend my home from bandits. You got Transformers 8, where Dwayne Johnson appears to be a Transformer. Do you think he transforms into a giant fighting robot, or is he like a regular guy that transforms into The Rock? Wait a second. There's no Transformers 6 and 7 live-action movie. I'm confused. iRobot 2 will blow your mind. Because the robots have boobs now. Actually, kind of seems like AI cleavage in the thumbnail is sort of the meta. What if character people like, but with big boobs? And if you thought a bunch of dudes wouldn't be weirdly turned on by this, you were wrong. AI girls are something else. You know, I think this misguided horny person might have accidentally described them perfectly. Because they're not human, and they're not even really...
Okay, that might not have been a bot because it was Wolfen888, and that could be something else.
Animated women. They're kind of just something else. Now, people getting tricked by fake movie trailers is not a new phenomenon. This has been happening.
They're not getting tricked by a fake movie trailer. They're watching somebody make a fake movie trailer. The whole thing.
Happening for years. And I'll hand it to some of the people who've edited these. They can be pretty convincing. It takes a lot of time to stitch together a bunch of scenes from different movies and combine them all in a somewhat seamless way. I think what really blows my mind, though, is how unedited a lot of these AI trailers are. How many of them are just lifeless montages of all the characters being introduced one by one.
I'm Count Dracula, the proud owner of Hotel Transylvania. This is my darling daughter, Mavis. Over here is Mr. Potato Head. You can't forget about Stewie, my baby boy. Let's not forget about Butters.
Have you ever seen a movie trailer like this? And if you did, would you...
Yes, you're missing the point. You're like, I'm not saying it's a good meme. I'm not saying I like any of this stuff, but it's a meme and people like it, right? Like, so again, back to the whole thing. Old man, young man yells at clouds about how the internet was better back in my day, which was 10 years ago.
You want to watch that movie? My name is Tyler, and this is my Fight Club. Yeah, we may seem a little rough around the edges, but if you take the time to get to know us, you'll find we have hearts of gold. I love this Toy Story one that has Margot Robbie as Barbie.
She's not just a pretty face, no sir.
And Ryan Gosling as Ken, but instead of using any of the already existing footage of them as those characters, they made this. I'm really sorry for making you look at that, but I had to pass the curse on to someone else. It was too much to bear on my own. Visually, these are hideous to look at. The scripts are so boring, they sound like a 5-year-old wrote them.
You might know me as the boy who lived, but trust me, I'm just Harry.
A lot of the sentences seem to just end in the middle.
Narcissa Malfoy. Where do I even begin? She's a member of one of the most influential wizarding families, the Malfoys. We've also got Draco Malfoy.
Where do I even begin? Well, she has a family. And Draco's crazy too. This next one is also exactly the same. Star Wars Modern, which answers the question, what if they were still making Star Wars content? I can't even imagine what that.
Yeah, this is a whole thing. What if I put this famous actor into a different movie? 10 years was 2015. It was. Yes, I know what I said. As I mentioned, I think it was this morning. It might have been this afternoon. We are a quarter of the way through the 2000s.
That would be like. I love this part about a minute in where the music has been slowly crescendoing as they show actor after actor, and right when it reaches its peak, this happens. They just continue showing names. This whole video is pretty much just 6 straight minutes of what if every celebrity was in this movie? And the comments are all like, you nailed it, man. Disney could learn a thing or two from you. Look, I certainly don't think Disney has done a good job with Star Wars. In fact, they've almost completely botched it. But do you think the only reason they don't cast all of the most famous people in the world to be in their movies is just because no one thought to do that? This movie would cost $4 billion.
Like, I don't even know how to respond to this because we're quarter of the way through 2100, not the 2000s. Yes, I meant the 2000s, right? And then it'll be the 2100s, and then the 2200s, and then the 2300s. You can't out pedant me, motherfucker. Jesus Christ. This is what I get. This is what I get. This century. Yes, Lana. Thank you. Thank you, Lana. Thank you. At least one of you actually gives a shit. Everyone else, like especially these two, love to just torture me. Oh, you slipped up. You didn't say something in exactly the same way that I would. Words mean things. Yeah, D's nuts.
To make. Also, superior storytelling. What story? This whole video was just a bunch of people standing still. You think that's a better story than what they're doing on Disney Plus? Actually, no, you're probably right about that. If Kenobi was just Ewan McGregor slowly rotating in front of the camera, now that would have been a good show. When I watch stuff like this and read the comments, I feel like I just don't understand anything anymore. I can't fathom how someone can watch a video that's just a vague collage of unrelated.
Yeah, no, he's doing the. Back in my day, the internet was good, and now the internet sucks. There's nothing even to respond to here.
Images with no plot, no through line, no anything, and be like, Hollywood's done for. Who needs real movies when I could just watch this all day? Guys, I hate to say
and
it.
He's using bot comments to respond to, which, like, and I mean, he's more famous, he has more money, he has plaques, he has a man cave sign. Oh. I got a Christmas gift. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to set it up. Because I don't really have a good wall behind me. But my daughter got me a light up on air sign. So that's cool. I just have to figure out. Like there's, I gotta do something. I'll figure it out. I'm smart.
But I'm starting to think some people might be stupid. Sorry, that's not fair to say. I don't think some people might.
A Captain and Tennille album, possibly. Possibly. I mean, he's also got flooring on his wall because that's the thing that people are doing nowadays for some reason. Tim Pool's got it.
be stupid. I know that a lot of people are stupid because this next video I'm about to show you has almost 30 million views. It's called No One Could Hold Back Tears Boy Shakes Up Got Talent 2024 with song to his mother lost in a boat, AGT.
My mom passed away when we were crossing the river in a boat. She was my best friend. This song is for her.
They also did a few of these with Jesus.
Hello, my name is Jesus Christ.
I was falling from the skies, the world a blur.
What up, Allie?
So there are people on this earth who watch this video and think, how beautiful is that? Barbara, did you hear? Jesus himself took a trip down from heaven to appear as a contestant on the television show America's Got Talent, where he sang a song for 32 minutes. I really want to believe that in spite of corporations doing everything they can to circumvent artists and shove generative AI down our throats, that we as a human race would all band together to reject it because we're smarter than that. But then I see something like this and I'm like, are we? Are we smarter than that? Something happened earlier this month that I'm honestly still kind of shocked by. There's a YouTube channel called JCS Criminal Psychology that chances are you've watched.
I mean, I'm sorry. I would rather be listening to music that I generate with AI than Drew here, right? Like Drew is just complaining about how things are different now.
At least one video of, even if you don't know them by name. They make these videos where they break down criminal interrogations and provide insight into what's going on, some of which have gotten tens of millions of views. I've always thought very highly of this channel. Not only do they make high quality videos that pioneered an entire genre on YouTube, but they've always been very deliberate about what they upload. I mean, they've only posted 21 videos.
Right, and like I hate this. I absolutely hate these like hidden, they're not hidden cameras, but like they're the interview room, and it's just like, especially if these people are disturbed, then this is a huge violation of their privacy. Half an hour.
In 5 years, where so many YouTubers would have milked that formula dry, and a lot of their copycats have. JCS seemed to have the quality over quantity mindset, and I've always respected that. So imagine my surprise when earlier this month, after a 1.5 year long hiatus, JCS comes back with a video that immediately feels off. There's these weird animations they've never done before, the style of humor seems different, but most glaringly, there's something wrong with the narrator's voice.
Unlucky Josh, wrong answer. You just told on yourself in your own made-up story, and you're going to jail no matter what.
Why does he sound like that? I mean, it's the same voice, but it doesn't sound like a person. It sounds like AI. Sure enough, it is. And everyone fucking hated it. It's unwatchable. Turns out snarky quips don't work when their computer-generated narration is incapable.
Oh, I'm sure. Whatever is going on those kind of channels is horseshit. Right? Yeah.
Of conveying snark. The best part is 43 minutes into the video where the voice changes to a completely different one.
The other narrator will now be taking you through the second phase of his interrogation.
Just imagine being Josh right now. One moment you're in dreamland and the next you're jolted back into interrogation room reality.
I guess his free trial ran out. I sat there in awe when I first saw this. I could not believe what I was seeing. This channel had about as high of an approval rating as you could have on YouTube and just threw out years worth of goodwill so they could, what, save a few $100 on narration? Maybe he thought it.
How do you know that? How do you know that they had one of the highest approval ratings on YouTube? And also, how do you know that they threw it all away? Because they do this, right? The AI critics love to, like, oh, the fact that they turned off comments means they know what they did, right? And they're terrible, and they know they're terrible, and rah, rah, set them on fire.
It wasn't that big of a deal because there's already so much AI slop on YouTube.
Bumbling through brush, my botanical escapade continues. Snagged on leaves, but hey, more crafting supplies, jackpot.
Including in the true crime space. I mean, there's videos with hundreds of thousands of views that aren't just narrated by AI and written by AI and filled with AI-generated visuals, but the stories themselves aren't even fucking real. Secret affair between cheerleader and the coach ends in brutal murder. True crime documentary.
Beginning in the fall of 2013 at Brookhaven High School, Nathan Ellis, the new basketball coach at Brookhaven High School. She was the star cheerleader of Brookhaven High School.
Even though this is fiction, it's a scenario that could easily play out in real life. Okay, then don't call it true crime. Call it what it really is. False crime. This is so fucking weird and gross that we're so obsessed with hearing about gruesome murder cases that we need a computer to make up new ones because we can't get enough. It already feels like a lot of these stories get
Who am we? Oh God, we're almost done. We're almost done. I'm sure that upper echelon is going to give me a much better experience, and we'll slow it down.
Trivialized because of the way people treat them like casual entertainment rather than something terrible that actually happened to a real person. So fuck it, I guess. Might as well have ChatGPT write the whole thing.
Rumors started circulating that Sergio Vega had been murdered. Wonderful. The script is just so good, and the voiceover sounds very interesting.
But without a doubt, the most upsetting development on YouTube happened to my favorite channel, Talents #1. This guy used to make the sickest videos. He would edit himself into America's Got Talent, and he'd have the whole audience freaking out as all these green screened video assets played on stage. It was the best thing I've ever seen.
Well, I think that answers everything.
Now it's just a bunch of creepy AI nightmare fuel. Even the audience is booing, and he edited that himself. It's times like these where it's important to remind myself that there's a whole world outside the internet. And sometimes all you have to do to get away from the craziness is log out. Step outside, get some food. Oh, I'm so hungry. Let's see what's on Uber.
And we finish with Just Touch Grass, Sweaty. Great. Love it. 146,000 likes for that absolute piece of shit video. 1.796 million views. Just absolutely low effort garbage.
Okay, today's a bit of a complicated video, but let me start with this.
Is the internet dead?
Dead internet theory,
What up,
which is a
Rex?
two-part claim, asserts
Yeah, I'm absolutely jealous. I'm super jealous. Didn't he already? No, he did a video about how AI is killing the internet. This is different.
that one, the internet has been taken over by artificially generated content, with bot interactions vastly outnumbering any human component still active within it. And two, this was done deliberately by state actors for nefarious purposes. That theory is becoming true, at least half true. Not that it's super important for today, but the origin of this theory is rather difficult to fully pinpoint. One of the earliest examples we know of is a post by a user named Illuminati Pirate on a website forum called Agora Roads Macintosh Cafe, with an outline of what the theory purports.
Jesus Christ. This is from 2021. Somebody did this on purpose. This theory was originally written on Wizard Chan and composed by me and several Anons from other image boards. This is your king. Y'all who bumped the dead internet theory, this is your king.
To be happening, but after the term was signal boosted by various YouTube videos or mainstream publications even, like The Atlantic, the term dead internet theory became a very well-known online conspiracy.
The internet died 5 years ago. Well, where am I now?
Expanding on what that theory actually says, the half that I believe to be increasingly accurate, I should say, it goes a little something like this. Google and other large search engines out there have become sort of like Potemkin villages, which is an old Russian phrase referencing a village that was constructed just to impress Catherine the Great, but had no legitimate buildings. A Potemkin village was just an outward facade, built to...
It looks like AI art.
...to give the illusion of depth with no actual content. And much the same way a two-dimensional piece of wood can be painted to resemble a three-dimensional construct, search engines are being dressed up as deeply immersive tools, while the true content that they serve is just a tiny fraction of what is claimed. On top of the fact that the content they serve is now majority synthetic.
I mean, I'll give you the first part definitely, because what ruined search, people say that AI is ruining search, and what ruined search was SEO. Right? Search engine optimization is what ruined search. Getting products before the thing that you were searching for is what ruined search. Long before AI. Long before AI.
The second half of this theory is...
You know what I mean, pedantic fucks.
...where I personally draw the line. If you don't, that's fine, but I don't necessarily believe that government forces are nefariously pushing some sort of anti-human online internet agenda. I think it's more so just a problem of human greed that's responsible for all this.
True.
But for the purpose of today's video, I want to make the argument that the first half of the dead internet theory, if not true already, is rapidly becoming true, with very few adequate countermeasures in place to stop it. Don't get me wrong, there are some countermeasures in place, I'll even have evidence of that in real time later on in this very video, but the overall trend that we see is completely skewed. So much so that entire Google search trends are now being primarily driven by self-perpetuating dead internet theory content. Let's get into it. My primary example...
Wait, who knew that if you set out a specific set of terms in order to boost SEO, that you could game that system by increasing, like, what should have told you the answer to that question was when companies, the SEO companies started to exist, right? That there was sufficient money in search engine optimization that people could have whole businesses built around this shit.
Example for the day is going to revolve around Elon Musk, Tesla, and two very fictional but highly visible online products. To be clear, before anyone complains in the comment section, I dislike Elon Musk and his various businesses for a bunch of personal reasons. But this really doesn't have anything to do with that, because while his name, brand, and certainly his face are
I ain't clicking that.
part of the subject matter, it's not because of any decision he's making. It's because the dead internet theory machine has identified these two products, which don't exist, as a perfect vehicle for profit. I would go so far as to say it's an entire cottage industry, actually, but ultimately I'll leave that part up to the viewers. First up, example number one is the Tesla phone, and this is where I have to draw a timeline. Bear with me. Elon Musk actually has mentioned the concept of a Tesla phone on more than one occasion, but only through a lens of it's probably never happening. The most prominent and recent examples that I could...
Do you not understand the way Tesla people are, right? That they would kill for a Tesla phone. Tesla dudes are weird, dude.
Find personally are these. October 22nd, 2024, published by The Standard, referencing a town hall in which he said, quote, when asked about the phone.
Remember when, like, there were different alleged occurrences of phones exploding? that would have been like just the whole thing.
That's a lot of work. The idea of making a phone makes me want to die. But if we have to make a phone, we will. But we will aspire not to make a phone.
Okay.
End quote. Seems pretty definitive to me, sure. But there's also an appearance on Joe Rogan, November 4th of 2024, where he explicitly states we're not doing a phone, with an added description of how they potentially could do a phone from a technical perspective, but they're
No. I'm not talking about the pagers. That was an operation, right? Like, and terrible, huge, bad, shouldn't have done it. 100%. Like, it put innocent people in jeopardy, even if it was, fuck that whole fucking situation. Yes. Galaxy phone explodes. It was like, I think the tablets. Yeah, the Note 7. This was 2017. In 2017, Note 7s were exploding. Thank you. You'll always be pineapple spoons to me. It's too late, just so you know.
We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile.
Yo! We're being raided by a cult. What up, Raiders? What up, Raiders? What up, Ivan? What up, Raiders? I'm Globus the Elder. I talk about AI and automation and Robots and Future Tech. And if that sounds interesting, you should hang out here. It's an educational space. We generally have a good time. At the moment, we're talking shit. I heard the good news. Free beads. I do like free beads. I'm not watching Joe Rogan. I'm watching a YouTuber who's watching Joe Rogan to make a point. What up, Brian?
Not, and they won't ever unless some sort of extenuating circumstances arise with Apple and Samsung. Essentially, Elon Musk has not done or
we're watching a video on dead internet theory.
Or said anything to give credit to the concept of a Tesla phone. And yet the concept of a Tesla.
Apparently he's mad that someone made a fake mock-up of a Tesla phone, and he's showing that Elon said on 2 different occasions that they were not going to make a Tesla phone. And so he's mad.
A phone is a proliferating online content subject. Let's put the comments in context here. This is the Google search interest graph for Tesla phone over the past 12 calendar months. Musk made his comments on October 22nd and November 4th or thereabouts. But if we look at the search interest, the number of people searching for Tesla phone on Google had already massively increased well before October 22nd and seemingly went significantly down during and around the time of his Joe Rogan appearance. That's kind of strange. Making things a bit more complicated, there is a company.
I mean, normally search term go up after the appearance has a chance to proliferate throughout the internet, but tell me more. I'm fascinated.
Company called Tesla that manufactures phones, as well as home appliances and other small electronics. But this company has no correlation to Elon Musk and has existed.
Oh, there are Tesla phones. Oh, I like your chunky little phone, the Explorer 9. And you removed most of the vowels but kept the E for some reason. You should have just gone with XPLR9. That would have been excellent.
For many years. It seemingly has no impact, nor could have any impact, on Google Trends. This left me with a question. Why is it that search interest for the term Tesla phone is seemingly ballooning or contracting without any mainstream coverage of the topic whatsoever, as the founder in question explicitly denies that the company is working on or likely will ever work on that kind of product? And how does that make any sense at all? Well, it doesn't make sense until you consider the dead internet theory.
It doesn't make sense until you consider the way that Tesla people are. Tesla people, they bought wasn't there like a Tesla beer? I'm remembering this. This is correct, right? Tesla beer. Or maybe it was Tesla wine, but I think it was beer. Where to buy Tesla beer? Yes, I accept for some reason I can't. But your website is stuck. No, I don't need any fucking help. Oh, I need help to get out of here. Food and wine. Right? Look at these bottles of beer. This is Tesla beer. It's a thing that existed that people went after at $150 a pop plus $15 shipping. So the idea of a Tesla phone doesn't require a dead internet full of bots. What up, Brad? I mean, probably. I haven't tried it, and I find most beer, kind of like that. And then we have a video for some reason on how to make buttermilk pancakes. Fuck, I do want some pancakes. They're cold. They're not even melting the butter, dude. And they're spongy. It was like, I was really disappointed by the end of that video, and I no longer want pancakes.
The amended version at least, where a substantial and growing part of the online world is synthetic content created solely for the purpose of advertising.
Does the carbon dioxide in the beer help in the leavening of the pancakes? Right, no, there's no beer flavor because it would, yeah, okay. I can see that. That's cool.
With a dwindling number of human participants involved. Let me explain. See, as I made this video, which has been in the works for a while, one of my primary examples I ended up using, or was going to use, was this channel right here, Tech Central. Yeah, Tech Central had hundreds of videos spread out across the past, I don't know, long time. And
I wonder if there's a common theme in this channel, right? And if they're catering to a particular type of viewer. Here's a Tesla small house. This is a $5,000 Tesla mobile home.
dozens of those videos correspond in subject matter and time frame with the Google trend for Tesla phone. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you think about it, this channel got terminated by YouTube right in the middle of my video process, which was simultaneously a good
That's hilarious
thing to see, and also irritating for the purpose.
I mean, some of them had thousands of views, right? There was the one that was 612, but there was one that was 3.2K. Seen so many posts online from Tesla bros claiming that the Tesla phone would dominate the smartphone market. Yeah, they would love a Tesla phone.
Of making content. It was a really good example, is what I mean. However, because the issue is getting so big, it's not like I had to struggle here in finding more, so let's move on to this. This is another channel called Garage Head, posting close to 1,000 videos of all sorts of different.
A guy needs help with his J-cuts because you should have cut to Garage Heads before you started talking about Garage Heads. Yeah, this is 167 views. I mean, they got 48,000 subscribers, which I assume is mostly bots, right? But like, this is under 1,000, and this is rage bait and clickbait. China just shut down the $34 billion U.S. farming industry. Mercedes-Benz bombshell just shocked the entire car market. Like, this is just classic low-hanging fruit clickbait.
Different subjects, but just like Tech Central, which is now suspended, they had a particular focus on test.
I saw 29,000. Here we go. These are some numbers: 18K, 12K, 15K, 16K.
Tesla phones. Here's one from October 12th, 42,000 views, titled, "Just Happened, Elon Musk's $100 phone finally hitting the market." Obviously that's not true, but we need more examples. Here's another one, October 22nd, 32,000 views. Elon Musk's $100 Tesla phone with Starlink connection finally for sale. Again, explicitly not true. It's a 23-minute video, very slight edits from the one we looked at previously, entirely voiced over by AI, and it's only the tip of the iceberg. November 2nd, it happened. Elon Musk's new...
Like, I feel like he's going for a conspiracy here, and there's no conspiracy. This is just Tesla bros, right?
$100 Tesla phone destroys Apple. November 28th with 56,000 views. Elon Musk just revealed Tesla's new $100 phone finally hitting the market. 1 day ago, Elon...
Does anyone know why the cameras are on the side of the phone as opposed to being in the middle? I actually think that is a better design thing. I feel like having the phone, the camera be offset. But I wonder if anybody knows. I assume that there's a reason for it, and I just don't know what it is. And that's fine. Remember the Bitcoin scam that scammers pulled with the SpaceX launch video? Remember the Bitcoin or the crypto scam that scammers pulled with the Hawk Tua girl? I mean, we can do that all day.
Musk just announced Tesla's new $100 phone, and the list goes on. It's an entire content pipeline, but let me go further. Here's a channel called Voyager, 500,000 subscribers, posting 1.7 thousand videos so far with AI-generated voice and subject matter like this. October 10th, 80,000 views. Elon Musk, Tesla's new Pi phone beats iPhone 16 in every way. Or how about this? Tesla phone Model Pi unboxing 6 days ago, when the product that they are supposedly unboxing doesn't exist. And I could keep going for quite a long time with a list of channels, collectively millions of
This is just clickbait, bro.
Subscribers holding many, many thousands of videos promoting something that isn't real with AI voiceover and extremely similar visuals. Some people see that, obviously, and think, who cares, big deal, doesn't matter, but let's put these videos on the timeline. During, before, and still after the search term interest, I should say, for Tesla phone exploded on Google Trends, dozens of channels were producing hundreds of videos.
It exploded? Like, is this millions or something? Because what I'm seeing is 100, 75, 50, and 25. Is that thousands of searches, or... Because I'm seeing like 100 from Bangladesh and 89 from Nepal and 85 in the United States. It exploded? Feels like an exaggeration.
Collectively getting hundreds of thousands of views, all advertising that a $100 Tesla phone had just been released. Having already established that Elon Musk's own comments likely had nothing to do with the sudden explosion.
How do you determine a percentage of interest? Exaggeration on the internet? Ronald Reagan, the actor?
Explosion of search term interest, and that these videos were being propagated heavily before those comments were even made. Where did those searches come from? Answer: they came from the dead internet, because edited content promoting products that don't exist got heavily propagated by a network of AI slop channels.
Or they put their video on Facebook talking about a Tesla phone, and then dipshits start Googling Tesla phone to find the video of the Tesla phone. It's like, there's no there, bro. I got a much Occam's razor, motherfucker.
Which in turn directly influenced Google's trending searches, with an unknown but material impact on how the search engine then serves content to other real people, aka dead internet theory in action. Just to drive it home, let's take our second Tesla product, the tiny house in this case, and show the same thing. Over the past 12 months, search term interest for Tesla house on Google Trends has spiked once, end of October to mid-November, and during that time, I could find hardly anything having to do with Tesla or houses anywhere online. In fact, the only legitimate mention of Tesla and tiny house...
Do you not? I feel bad now, like almost bad. Like, I think bro might be upset that people on the internet are lying. Like, I almost feel like I'm punching down now. You might not be ready for the internet, my G.
Really in the same sentence together appears to be an Australian concept prototype where they used a tiny house to showcase Powerwall, a completely separate product. And yet, search term interest for Tesla house is dramatically rising now, years later. Why? This is why.
Do you think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Just like with the phones, there's a network of channels, AI voiced, though some of them are getting pretty good and it's hard to tell, machine gunning content into the feed, which is completely fake. The same channel I talked about previously, or was going to talk about before it got suspended, Tech Central, was also doing this on dates like October 30th and November 4th, even mere hours before it got suspended. But so were these channels, Atom Tech, with over 600 videos, just like Tech Central, similar timing.
Again, my G. I'm not the world's best editor. I just know that when you do the J cut, right? Like when you change the words before the pictures and you're talking about something else, you set up the picture first and then talk about it. Because the way that you're doing it is kind of weird and jarring, right? Because you're talking about a different YouTube channel and not showing the other YouTube channel. This is a $99,999 electric plane, which is this wild jet. Yeah, this is low rent clickbait, dude.
Subjects, and dozens of them focused on this non-existent, sometimes $10,000 house, sometimes $6,000 tiny house, with more and more examples in tow. How about this one? Morrow.
No, there was actually a video. Was it Adam something? Because I feel like it was Adam something. If I'm right about this, because we never got around to watching it. I had it in the thing. Because Adam hates Elon, and fair, right? Yeah. A year ago, Adam did a whole fucking video about how the $10,000 Elon Musk $10,000 home was a lie, dude. I mean, I wonder if that corresponds with this dead internet, which is artificially inflating search terms. Because if I find out that 1 year ago, what was the exact date? Now I'm sleuthing.
In much of the world, we've been going through a housing crisis.
Yeah, thanks. 1 year ago. Oh, there we go. April 25th of 2023 was when this video was created. So it actually predates this entire chart. So I wonder if it came back up. What up, Zio? Everything is a big conspiracy. That's what they want you to believe. Where were we? What terrible piece of crap were you pumping out? There we go.
Tech, with over 600 videos, just like Tech Central. Similar timing, similar subjects, and dozens of them focused on this non-existent, sometimes $10,000 house, sometimes $6,000 tiny house, with more and more examples in tow. How about this one? Morrow. Now, apparently Donald Trump is involved with the...
Is Upper Echelon saying that Adam something is AI slop, dead internet?
Tiny houses, which was posted 2 weeks ago. Or this one, from November 6th. $10,000 net zero Tesla home for market. Awesome. Here's another one. Core Electrical Engineering, which appears to be just getting started on YouTube. Not much traction yet, but still has over 100 videos. AI voiceover, manipulated footage, and titles like this. $5,000 Tesla tiny house will change housing forever. Here's another one. Electric. Apparently now the house is $30,000, which was posted October 29th with over 120,000 views. And if you flash back to that Google Trends graph, suddenly we see the connection. This flood of AI content aimed at Tesla houses originated before, during, and after the search term spike, appearing to indicate that the dead internet content machine is achieving a scale, even when talking about smaller topics like this, that is directly impacting Google search terms. Best case scenario, though I see no evidence of this whatsoever, the dead internet content machine is operating in a parasitic way with actual news.
Say that again, dude. Say that. I love that.
Though I see no evidence of this impacting Google search terms. Best case scenario, though I see no evidence of this whatsoever, the dead internet content machine is operating in a parasitic way with actual news announcements. Something happens, some big announcement, they pile on board and leech ad views, but at worst, which is
Best case scenario is it's clickbait generated because Tesla bros are what we call in the wrestling biz easy marks. They're rubes. You're an absolute rube. You're getting taken to the cleaners by Tony Stank, and you'll click on literally anything with Tesla on it. Fish in a barrel
is far more likely, in my opinion. The dead internet content machine is large enough now to where it just picks something
Maybe,
conducive.
Pharaoh.
In this case, Elon Musk, because of high interest in a public figure, the cult-like fan base, and two products that are kind of maybe plausible, but not really, floods YouTube and other platforms with content, and then creates the spike in Google search interest as a result.
Again, dipshit. There's a Marcus Brownlee video that showed up in your video talking about the Tesla solar roof. And I'm going to assume that that's a thing. Roof. Solar powered roof tiles from Tesla. Right? If there's solar powered roof tiles, yeah, no thank you. If there's solar powered roof tiles from Tesla, then why wouldn't there be a whole Tesla house? He's Elon. It wasn't really a spike. I'm giving him the spike, right? Because otherwise, my man spent about 2.5 to 3 weeks. I'm going to assume maybe a month, right? He spent 4 weeks assembling all his data, and it's bad enough he's getting taken advantage of by clickbait. It'd be even worse if it wasn't actually a spike.
Of that. Here's the thing. That's still just one layer, because I know people are going to brush it off, but there's another angle in play here where the advertising on these videos is very often deep-faked content of celebrities promoting various products. 404 Media had a really good piece about this, which showcased multiple of these ads, all coming from a singular identity-verified Google advertising account, which has since taken everything down, obviously, but was previously running over 300 of these ad types. And they showcase that not only is the content fake, AI-generated, false premise, false product, etc.
Which link you posted when? The one from Asmongold? Because, oh. I don't know. There we go. Okay. Tesla phone versus drones. Yeah, no, and this is the time frame. So this was the spike. And drones beat it out almost 3-1. Very good, Larry. Very good. This shows you the concept of comparative analysis and how the view of certain things in a vacuum can cause you to believe something that may not in fact be the case. It's funny that drones are also another, because we talked about the drones and how them not being the thing. Add a comparison. What's something? Because I almost want to say that drones might not be, because here's the spike. There we go. So we've generated the spike. What would it be something that we could December 2024? What about the Figure robot, right? The Figure 02. Figaro 2 was searched a lot less than the Tesla phone. What is something that could be comparable to Tesla phone? Yeah, no, absolutely, Larry. I'm just trying to think of something like within the realm of because drones are like super well known, so that might not be a fair comparison. But I could probably just wander around this all day. Because like if I search Big Mac, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, see? That was actually a good thing because the spike in interest for Tesla phone actually exceeded Big Mac. What up, Ghost? It's a thing. It's a callback to something I said earlier. So for some reason there was a spike on October 6th of Big Mac. And who knows, was it the dead internet pushing out advertisements to get people thinking about a Big Mac? Oh, you've been like, I appreciate you, Ghost. I know a lot of people lurk, and I appreciate all the lurkers. I always remember you. I actually thank you, for showing up at the beginning of the show. For those of you who aren't here at the beginning of the show, he said derisively, I say something along the lines of, what up, Twitch? And then I thank everyone who commented, before I came on camera. Say, what up, Larry? What up, Cosmic? What up, Dojo? What up, Ghost? What up, bots? What up, lurkers? What up, tiny people in my chatterino? So, know that I appreciate you lurkers very much. The answer is yes. The answer is always yes, unless it's no. Compared to anything that was actually a trending topic in late November, sure. And to be fair, every time I'm thinking of steak, I type into Google Big Juicy Steak, right? Doesn't everybody? Big Mac baseline should be lower. Why the fuck are you Googling me? I'm educating people. Why in the hell are people looking up Big Mac? Who knows? It's dead internet. It's dead internet. The dead internet is looking up Big Macs and then Tesla phones,
etc. The advertising is fake, with celebrities being manipulated with AI in order to sell you things on the video, where a celebrity's product that doesn't exist is now...
Do you know why? Because you were a rube enough to believe for the 15th fucking time that Tesla was releasing a $10,000 house. So you might believe that Mike Tyson is selling you like a vitamin or weight loss supplement or some bullshit like that. It's because they know you're a rube, dude.
You being used to attract enough attention to manipulate search terms. As a side note, there's a platform called Guardio, which I directly contribute to by forwarding them things.
Oh. We got ourselves an internet policeman. Oh, no, look though. Look, the peak of the spike of the Tesla phone corresponded right when the searches took off. I wish I had the X-Files sound on cue, but you're all hearing it right now because I mentioned it. It is wild. I mean, Joe Rogan tries to sell me shit whenever I accidentally see a commercial with Joe Rogan. You know what I saw? I was doing laundry at the laundromat, and they have a TV there that's like, it's just shit. Like it runs off an antenna, and it's just in a terrible spot. But the show today, there was a show on, it's News Radio. News Radio was a pretty good sitcom back in the day, and Joe Rogan was on it. And I saw Joe Rogan when he was like not all beefy and not all like bald, and just seemed like just a happy kind of dumb dude. That Joe Rogan is probably really disappointed with current Joe Rogan.
That need to be blocked by their service. So
No, Kippa, don't Google, because if you all start Googling Big Mac, then there will be a spike in the searches for Big Macs, and this guy will make another video about how the bots boosted Big Macs.
Which is a massive network of crypto scams that were being spammed and propagated underneath my own videos, in another example of dead internet theory. And they're extremely good about blocking pages from scam advertisements, or generally protecting Chrome users from online threats. So if you want a special discount, you can use the link down below to check that out. I'm not directly sponsored by
He just highlighted a bot comment, dude.
them. I promote them on my own with an affiliate thing because of how good they are, but having also helped make the service better by flagging threats, it felt like a good mention here. Anyway, this problem, the problem of dead internet theory expanding to a point where it's eclipsing actual human content, isn't just isolated to Google or YouTube. It's infecting almost every single major network out there. I won't make the video 6 hours by diving into the AI-plagued realm of Facebook. Your parents are probably absorbed in a bubble of fake content right now by the...
So you're aware of that. So then you should be aware that Facebook is feeder for these fucking rubes to go look up the fucking Tesla house and the Tesla phone. Dude.
The way on that platform, Facebook is like ground zero for it. But even just a couple weeks ago, I covered the pervasive phenomenon on Instagram where AI-generated influencers are stealing videos, replacing the faces of real women, and then re-uploading that content to a brand new profile with millions upon millions of followers, likes, and views.
Yes, because people like Booba. I don't know if you're aware of that. Also, deep faking someone else's body and putting a face on it is super sus, and you shouldn't do it. And the inverse is also the case. Taking one person's body and putting someone else's face on it. Super sus, don't do it, bad. Just have AI generate the entire person, right? Like, that's fine. You go ahead, knock yourself out.
Sure, some of these examples are worse than others, and sure, not all of them have broken through yet to a mainstream consciousness, but they're about to, because dead internet theory is real, and trust me, you're going to be hearing about it a whole lot more in the future. Fake content is now being made where the majority of interactions are also fake on that content, but that manufactured content is ensnaring a portion of legitimate users, and those users then serve as the profit foundation for a bloated internet ecosystem that increasingly resembles, with striking similarity, the online world that this so-called dead internet theory claims as reality. It is, or at least it's rapidly becoming that way, because the tools that we have at our disposal now allow for one person to produce a never-ending feed of manufactured content that previously would have taken dozens, maybe even hundreds of people to replicate.
And then you don't watch it. It's super simple.
Much of that content built around simulated human interactions, thereby fulfilling at least half of the dead internet theory's current definition. As the ratio of human-generated content versus synthetic-generated content continues to skew downward in the wrong direction, the problem will become self-reinforcing. If the bots can generate enough content to where Google thinks that the content is now trending and serves it to real people as a result, the problem will only get worse. And when that content is then populated with fake views, which has been...
And you hit thumbs down. Or some other fucking, however you thumbs down the thing.
been happening for a long time. Fake comments, which is happening increasingly.
And yes, Larry, it's an excellent point. When you shouldn't view data in a vacuum. I think that's the point of this video.
As of late, where ChatGPT generates the word.
Confirmation bias by viewing data in a vacuum and really wanting something to be true, and also clickbait. What up, Ella? Some platforms have no thumbs down. True. And that's unfortunate. Yeah. You should be have a better ability to curate your experience. Just an FYI, Tesla House gets worldwide 40,000 searches a month. But from bots, they're all bots. The bots are in the fracking walls. If you got that reference?
And fake advertising with AI manipulated commercials, we will live in a horribly completed digital circle that fully embodies the term dead internet theory, minus the part about governments doing it deliberately. In my mind,
social engineering. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
It's happening purely because human beings are greedy. They see the path of least resistance and end up taking it, typically for profit. Which means this time, unfortunately, they're choosing AI influencers.
So, your problem is capitalism.
Advertising and content generation with increasing frequency using synthetic tools. I guess we'll find out soon whether or not major tech platforms have any actual motivation to stop it, but right now they're benefiting from it. Right now it's just more content and more advertisements being served on more content.
Ella.
So it has to tip really far before the pendulum comes back.
What did you do now? What are you doing? Why is my name in here? And I think I actually know the answer. I didn't spike. And we're waiting. And we're waiting. Mine says that there's not enough data to show here. And it was all in Washington. My brother lives in Washington. Ta-da! And someone in Ohio. But honestly, y'all know, or maybe you don't, and no relation, but Globus is actually took me right to my fourth wall store. That's not what I wanted. I wanted just Globus. Globus is a data company. I actually borrowed a bunch of samples from their stuff to produce my original theme song. Globus Tours is one of the biggest tour companies in the world. Globus Medical, Globus family of brands. Globus is a radar system. Globus, developing winning competitive strategies. Globus is a band. They do stuff that sounds like movie trailers, as it says. Like, I can't say it's good. It's good for what it is, but it's not really something you would want to listen to. Globus Genomics, because that's what we get up to. Globus.org, Globus Reviews, Globus AI. God damn it. This is why I can't have nice things. Well, shit. I had planned on using this. Oh, well, shit. Why not, Lana? AI-powered platform for staffing agencies. Automate and streamline your order fulfillment and candidate engagement. Jesus Christ, I feel like just burning out of my brain. Yeah, sorry that Globus AI is revolutionizing staffing agencies with AI automation. Globus.ai is a software as a service company specializing in AI automation for staffing agencies. We help recruiters engage their entire candidate pool, connect more people with relevant jobs, and improve efficiency by up to 10 times faster. Improve efficiency by up to 10 times faster. You ChatGPT copying ass. Globus seamlessly integrates into your current workflow and IT system landscape, adding intelligence to your existing ATS system. They're in the frickin' wall.
And it gets bad because at the moment it's actually kind of a benefit to them. So there's not going to be much effort to stop it. That's it. In my opinion, dead internet theory is very real, and I hope I've made a compelling case for it.
You did not.
There's links down below to support the channel, a special VPN deal, Guardio for Chrome users to protect yourself, merchandise, social media, locals and Patreon, channel memberships, etc., etc. But I'll cut it there and stop rambling.
But there was value gained out of this video, right? In spite of it being just didn't do its argument, didn't prove its argument, none of that. It gave us some activity and critical thinking. You know, Larry, you were great going and like doing an actual comparative analysis to data over the same time period. This is the kind of thinking that people need to engage in, right? That's how you should approach the internet. You know, assume if something is off that someone used AI to create it and that they're trying to get one over on you. Assume that the friggin', that it's clickbait, even if it agrees with you, especially if it agrees with you, because that's how they get you, right? That's the entire thing, is you clickbait them in with stuff that they agree with, and it magnifies their confirmation bias, and so you end up doing the fucking thing. It showed us there are a bunch of channels that make Elon-related content with AI, and sometimes it kind of gets a little traction. Yes, because in spite of what we said about the Tesla bros, there's actually not that many of them. All right, we are going to raid out. Please stick around for the raid. I think I'm going to raid the Ferret King. If you don't know Ferret, They have an excellent voice, are a wonderful human being, and just super cool. So you should follow them. And they are a pilot, an actual pilot who flies planes and can tell you all sorts of stuff about planes and airlines and air traffic and all that kind of stuff, if you have any interest in that. So like that. I'll be back tomorrow morning. I'm going to try to get back to the 8 o'clock hour. So expect me here at 8 a.m. in the morning. In the meantime, drink your water, eat some food, take your meds if you forgot, and always remember that Shaggy loves you. So do I. Be great.
Thank you. Oh, shit. God damn it. Welcome in, Raiders. Holy cow. Well, let's just let Kenny Loggins cool his shit here for a second. All right. Thank you, Kenny. Thank you. Thank you. You did good. Oh my god. Clovis. Thank you so much for the raid. We were just leaving. Holy cow. But welcome in, everybody. I'm Ferret. You might know me from being in chat all the time. I live on Twitch, for crying out loud. But no, you've ruined nothing, my friend. Welcome in. Thank you so much for raiding in. K-Pars, thanks. Thank you so much. Raid has been canceled. Yeah, we were just raiding out. I've been going for a few hours, and we were wrapping up, but I do want to welcome you all. Thank you so much. Give me a follow, please, if you'd like. We do aviation stuff, flight simulator. We were just doing some truck sim. I was trucking around and finding out, and it was going okay. I got you, Red Bean. Makes sense. Everybody back at the bus! We just walked in. I know. I know. Globus, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate the raid. I hope your stream went well. Everybody follow Globus the Elder. He streams a lot about AI, which I've been terribly sheltered about. Sorry for your non-completion on that final moment. If I had a nickel for every non-completion. Yeah, everybody follow up. Okay. Yeah, if y'all don't mind terribly, I know you just got here, but I am going to go tend to my lovely wife, who is sleeping it off right now, and probably go to bed myself here in a minute. But I do want to thank you very much, Globus, for the consideration. Thanks for the birthday wishes, everybody. It's been a fun one. We are now going to go to my friend Duchess, who will shit her pants that this many people are raiding in, probably. But let's see, how many people we bring in? Sometimes it makes more sense to land back down and bring everyone back. Yeah. But, alright, much love, y'all. Be good. Probably Saturday morning, I think I'll be back on with a new microphone, courtesy of Christmas from my parents. So, alright. Be good. Be safe. Much love. Bye-bye. Toodles.